Okay. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're at another cleaning stream today. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me start kick.com here. Okay. Today. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, let's start on kick.com here. That one I have to start manually separate from everything. Okay. 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 Testing, testing, testing. Okay. Test, test, test. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Test, test, test. Okay, cool. All right, we're ready to go. More cleaning. You guys excited? You guys excited we're going to do some more cleaning? Okay. Nobody's here. Don't worry, I'm not delusional. I'm just funny. All right, you guys. Okay, should be here. Okay, it's working. Okay, now we're going to be cleaning. All right, guys, what am I going to do? Okay, we're doing this whole area, like this whole area over here. Okay, we're doing this whole area over here, okay? Today, we're going to be cleaning this area over here. Isn't that exciting? Oh my gosh. Why is it still showing the frickin'... Okay, let me get the other light. I'm gonna need that light to see anyway, so not like it's unnecessary. If not, it's necessary. There we go. One moment. One moment. One moment. Oh. There we go. Okay. What am I gonna do? Okay, let's get this thing out of here. For now. That thing out there. My back, like the way my back looks really bothers me sometimes, but it's fine. I've met a lot of women who have similar shoulders and back, so that's part of being a woman. It's one of the things I have to accept, that there is no such thing as being perfect. That's something a lot of women have to go through, and trans women are no different, and we have to learn to accept our bodies. But that's, besides this, besides the hormones and surgeries, like that's like the only difference. That part I can't just get over, but the rest of it, I need to learn how to be a, I need to learn how to love myself and love my body. Oh, is this the, no, it's another one. Okay. I got 2 lav mics, and I got a 3rd lav mic that's wired, that's battery powered. That one's more for like, but it's like a special, probably lasts a lot longer than these. It's not rechargeable though, so I have to replace it. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. So basically, I usually prompt my cleaning by if I need to find something. And what I need to find right now is specifically the little the little hotspot. I have another one coming that's probably a lot better, but you know, that also like allows me to use my use a SIM card. But I'm seeing if the one that I already have allows USB tethering. Because if I can do USB tethering, then I can use the Wi-Fi hotspot. The Xfinity Wi-Fi. Oh, where is my towel? Where did I toss it? Where did I put my towel? Where the hell did I put my towel? The heck? Oh god. All my hands are dry now. We're gonna do the outside later. It's pretty rough. Yeah, it's pretty rough. Okay, what I'm gonna do, I think I'm gonna put like all the stuff that's like I want to keep on the bed, all the stuff that's garbage, in a literal garbage bag. I need another shirt. It's getting cold. I'm probably going to heat up though as I work. Okay. Okay. So let's just start with this. Spalding basketball keeping. I have the back to this thing. This is for a special other stream. Oh, clothes. I'm gonna throw out here. I'm really bad habits with how I deal with my clothes. I'm trying to fix it. Ugh. Here we go. And I have the back to this. Figure out all that stuff later. The heck? Outbreak? The fuck? Play boomer games with S-Fand. This plug is for my laptop. And I finally found my laptop. I think this is... Actually, I don't know what this is for. Oh! Like, I still don't know what it's for, but like, one of these things. Shang-Chi set. Chess set. Music stuff from my past. Gonna take you back to the past. To play the shitty games that suck ass. I need more there. I shouldn't put the pen up there. It's gonna dry out. She's gonna take you back to the past. It doesn't really work. Whatever. It's my writing bag, which I need to get back into. I was too stoned to do that. Don't worry, we're not gonna have any weed for quite some time. I got way too much to take care of with my health. Chess books, music stuff. Just put like the music stuff with the chess stuff. Kind of similar, right? Hot and cold pack. I'm gonna need a lot of hot and cold packs after surgery. This I might just be able to get rid of, but it's a really old Spanish course. It's cassette tapes. But I don't know if I should get rid of it, because it might be a really good course. I mean, it's Berlitz. That's like the standard. Berlitz is like the standard for like learning languages quickly. So I don't want to get rid of this, even though it's kind of old. I mean, Spanish is an old language, so does it really matter how old it is? Always boggles my mind how they're always releasing new textbooks. Like, why do you need to release new textbooks? Literally, I mean, I guess new methods of teaching. Yeah, this was like all my jazz theory and my music theory stuff. Okay, this is a guitar stand. For you, baby, I would die for you. Clothes. Olivia, what are you doing? What are you doing, Olivia?
I don't know.
What are you doing? Okay, where are we? We're gonna put you up there, on top of the camera. She's the cameraman. We just say cameraman, even though Yeah, let's just make everything gender neutral, somehow always masculine. Gender neutral, somehow always masculine. Not all men, somehow always men. A man. Not all men. It's gender neutral, somehow never gender neutral. That might actually be garbage. Oh, it's just like magazine. This is garbage from like years ago. Where's the garbage bag? There it is. More giant garbage bags. Hey, what's up, I567? You're trans? You didn't know that? Well, yes, I am. It's not something that like completely defines me, though. You know, I think that's like the direction we should go. I'm kind of different than a lot of the trans community. Not so different. I haven't met everyone, literally. So I literally haven't met everyone, or haven't seen everyone in the trans community, especially on the internet. But I do notice that there is kind of a common factor among a lot of trans people on the internet, and just LGBT people on the internet in general. And maybe I'll get canceled for this, but I think that's the opposite of where we should go. We shouldn't be going in the direction of forcing people to like, I don't know, it's like, well, obviously you force people with the law. That's not what I'm talking about. The law is first. But like forcing people to submit, that's never going to have lasting results. And unfortunately, I don't really know what we need to do. And I think that what we need to do really, yeah, Twitch isn't working because I got banned because someone on kick.com linked me a YouTube page that I stupidly didn't screen before I played it. Literally, Twitch is the only place that banned me, and it really pisses me off because like I've spent like 3 years on my Twitch, and it's like I don't want to lose it. It means I can't collab with any other Twitch streamers. You know, there's like a whole bunch of stuff I can't do until they somehow appeal my decision. Or I mean, I made an appeal and they denied it. And I'm gonna try to do whatever I can every chance I get. I'm gonna try to keep bugging them, but I don't know if it's gonna happen unless I get like, because I'm not famous, right? Like famous people, like, you know, they get some like social media rallying behind them, and then they only get bigger. And if someone like me, it's like it just buries me, you know? So it's like, what am I supposed to do? Like I tweeted at Twitch support, no response. I did an appeal, no response. They said you can do it in 60 days, but I don't know if you can do it if it's an indefinite suspension. I'm not sure. Like, I'm actually not sure. Maybe, it hasn't been 60 days yet. I think my sense of time is really bad. But literally like 3 years of good behavior. I do so much to try to moderate my chat and moderate like what shows up on stream. And then out of nowhere, like 14 hours into a 16-hour stream on the initial kick.com stream that I did, I they didn't have links disabled, and I happened to be stupid enough to click on it, and it was something really bad. And before I guess they mass reported it before I deleted the clip, or maybe it was too late by the time I deleted it. But I think either way, I think Twitch is really fucking stupid for banning people for like, it's just ridiculous. But eventually, we're thinking long term here. Twitch is not really important to me right now, which just really sucks because I can't collaborate with any Twitch streamers until I'm unbanned. It really fucking sucks. Like, this is for the PlayStation 2. One of these days, if I ever become an established content creator and I can get away with like just doing a lot of video game streams. I'm young, can I still watch you? Yeah, I don't do this is the kind, I wouldn't say family friendly, but like this isn't an adult themed stream. I do that elsewhere. This is kind of more, I wouldn't say family friendly, but it's like kind of more PG-13, maybe sometimes rated R, but not really, kind of more PG-13. Kind of, I don't know, in between, maybe PG-16, I guess if that's a thing. NC-17. No, it's not NC-17. I don't know. I mean, seriously, I mean, like how could it be like only for adults? I mean, sometimes we talk about more adult themes, but like that's not like the sole like purpose of the stream, you know? Got all this paper for my typewriter. I really need to get back into my writing arc. Okay? Don't worry, we'll get there. My life is not really where I need it to be to really focus on a lot of the things. I know it's kind of an excuse, but at the same time, it's a valid excuse. I really am doing a lot with my life, and I don't think I give myself a lot of credit sometimes. And I think after all is said and done, I think things are going to make a lot more sense. I think I'm going to be able to recognize a lot of the stuff after the fact. Because like right now I'm literally like in the middle of it. So it's like, it's hard to see it objectively. I'm like, oh yeah, this is normal. I'm just doing this. I think later on, like, this is my draft for my novel. Cool, even if it was. Well, I mean, I don't like to endanger minors. It's a big goal of mine not to endanger minors. And I know that like people will harass me sometimes. I don't know if I actually haven't been harassed, but I do know these people exist. There's people who harass me because of my line of work. I don't always talk about here, but I am like, I do a certain line of work. I've mentioned it before, obviously, and a lot of streamers do. In fact, like even those like top tier streamers, they have like, OnlyFans girls on their streams, and and everybody knows. And you know what? I don't think it should be stigmatized, because those websites, you're not supposed to be going there, and you can't go there, and your parents should be blocking them and also teaching you about stuff. So it's not my responsibility to make sure that minors don't, because my content's that content's for 18 plus only. Here we kind of, this is where I have my like more family oriented. This is where we like kind of hang out. I'm going to be doing rollerblading. I'm actually really good. We're going to learn about it one way or another. Exactly. May as well like, rip off the Band-Aid. Like somebody's going to learn something. I'm not going out of my way. It's like I'm targeting adults with that content. I'm sorry. I mean, they have money. Minors don't have money, so fuck you. No, you guys can come here, and help me grow long term on my other platforms. This is garbage. Let me toss it. Okay. Now this is my special way I keep all my writing. So I keep different folders for different topics. Unsorted, even Star Draft B, which is my novel. It's the second draft. Short stories, articles for like my blog. Journal, I mostly journal. And the thing is, if you want to be a writer, just start writing. Get into the habit of writing, which I need to do again. I've done it several times in my life. But you have to keep coming back and trying. You keep getting back up. You got to dust yourself up and get back up, because it's not forever. Just because you stop writing temporarily, it's not forever. Same with chess. Like I'm a chess player, but I'm not really in a place in my life, just like what I said with writing. I don't think I can really 100% focus on certain things, because I think I need to get some other things done. And that's what I'm doing with my doctors. That's why I'm having surgery. I have my facial feminization in a month. Like literally a month. I'm so fucking nervous and excited at the same time. It's going to be a lot of crunch time, going to the hospital, getting ready for the surgery. That's I did that with orchiectomy. The only difference is this one's like a 5 to 6 hour surgery or longer. I don't know exactly. I think it's like a 5 to 6 hour surgery. I'm not doing a full spectrum facial feminization. I'm doing the hairline, the orbital bone, I think the hairline and the forehead, and then like the orbital bones, like the eyebrow. I'm doing like the very very edges of this square kind of part of the jaw. The tracheal shave to reduce Adam's apple, and a narrowing of the nose. That's what they're doing. And it's going to be probably not comfortable, but it is super safe. The surgeon, the nurse, laughed it off. I mean, she didn't laugh it off in a mean way, but she was like, "Oh, I was like, "Oh, I'm going to do this even if I risk death, because I need this to live." Just like my bottom surgery, I'm doing it even though I'm risking death. But the thing about these surgeries is, especially the facial surgery, has a 0.001% mortality rate, which means that it's very, very, very unlikely that I would die from it. Because it doesn't make sense to a non-doctor, I guess. Because to me, it doesn't make sense that it would be super safe, because they're literally peeling back your face. They're sorry, graphic warning. They're peeling back my face, and they're going to be getting a big giant belt sander. No, they get special special equipment, and they shave off the bone. That's crazy. But it's only surface level. I wouldn't say it's I'm gonna be in pain, yeah, for sure. But it's not gonna be insane. From a lot of the women I've talked to, and also the surgeon, it's basically having, I wouldn't say it's comfortable. I wouldn't say it's even not painful, because a lot of women, I will know when it happens, but a lot of the women were basically saying it's kind of like having a headache, or a migraine, or it's kind of like having your wisdom teeth removed, which I also have to do in the summer. So I'm gonna have to do this twice, basically. But the wisdom teeth, I think it's gonna be much easier. I think the wisdom teeth's gonna be much easier. It's good to have these kind of things. I'm getting all my equipment set up. I'm gonna be eventually setting up. I'm still working on getting my streaming backpack set up. So right now I'm just using it here, because I can only connect to my own network. I can't connect to the hotspot yet. I can't connect to the hotspot because it requires a browser to authenticate. So it's how am I supposed to connect my GoPro to that? So what I have to do is I have to USB tether my phone. Eventually I have I'm getting a modem, a hotspot. I'm gonna figure all that out when it all gets here, but basically I'm gonna use connect with my phone, and then tether my phone to the modem, and then use that as the Wi-Fi, basically. And then I'll be able to put that in the backpack, and I have Did it really turn off again? Jesus fucking Christ. They said if you plug it in, it doesn't overheat if you plug it in without the battery. They said the battery is what makes it overheat. Is it because I'm... Jesus. This is so frustrating though. I just got this thing. And it's overheating. Dude, I can't do the software update. I can't do the firmware update. So maybe it's the firmware. Maybe I need to do it because it's so fucking hot. What the fuck? I don't have a battery in there. How is it so hot? Oh God. How is it so hot? It's frustrating. So frustrating. Overheating with problem. kind of frustrating.
Action cameras. They're pretty much.
Rear display. Oh, I can turn off hypersmooth from the rear display. That's like... Don't worry, we'll get this all taken care of. When I get the micro, I got an SD card, but I needed to get a micro SD card, so I have to wait for the micro SD card to get here. I don't know if the firmware update will help with overheating issues, but let me try to see if like I can't fix some of the. I think I turn off hypersmooth and turn off the rear viewport. So yeah, I want to set up for working on roller skating, like rollerblading.
Display to be constantly on, just generating heat and everything.
Yeah, I think it's the rear display that's generating the heat and hypersmooth. Oops. I have a different microphone. I have my main setup. I have my desktop setup, my studio. I guess I call it a studio setup. I have a studio setup, and I'm trying to set up my my IRL setup. Like that's why I'm working on this GoPro to have like an IRL setup. And I just want to have like a streaming backpack that I can basically just pick up, you know, with all the equipment ready, you know, and just like put things that I usually, you know, like just have everything ready to go. So if I want to pick up and do IRL stream while I'm doing a studio stream, I just, you know, unplug the Volta, like keep it charged and all that, unplug the Volta, and just, you know, everything's all self-contained with the GoPro, and I could just connect to the hotspot, and then I'm good to go. I could literally go there right from my house, although I'd probably keep the camera off until I got somewhere that wasn't so close to my house. But, you know, it's not like, I mean, honestly, people know where the President of the United States lives. But then again, the President also has, like, a lot of security, so... Whatever. I can't live my life in fear, you know? By the way, how'd you find my channel? I'd like to know. Okay, I guess it's so overheated. I don't think it'll turn on at all. Came up randomly? Well, then YouTube's algorithm is working. Either that, or you're one of my secret admirers. Undercover. Or no, maybe it's just the... back. Let me change the settings. So I need to. Put it on extended battery mode. Yeah, I know it's like kind of a boring stream, but I gotta get stuff to do. Where's the hyper smooth? And battery mode, okay. Okay. I don't know if that matters for using it as streaming though, because I think that might be different settings. But let's try connecting it again. 3 accounts. Oh, okay. But it's kind of cool that it's popping up on people's YouTube. I don't really expect my YouTube and stuff to really grow at the moment. Like, I'm kind of working on that now. I want to make like, well, I mean, I kind of experiment. I have other channels that I want to try to grow where I'm specifically only uploading videos and not streaming to. But honestly, this is my main channel. This is the channel I stream to. And if YouTube can be trusted, might be because I'm in 1080p. Try to 720. Might not overheat as much. No. No. Let's do 1080. I mean, my phone's the one doing that. My phone's not overheating. I'm on Wi-Fi. I was back for a second. I'll be back in another second. Yeah, I've been working on a lot of stuff the past couple of years. Literally me.
In fact, a lot of my stream
transitioning and documenting it. Audio back. Lav mic. Audio back. Lav mic. Is the music too loud at all? Oh God! What happened? What did I unplug? I was back, now I'm back again. I'm back again. I'm back again. I'm back again. Where should we put it? Okay. Also going to be cleaning this stuff. And we gotta get this stuff. Oh, you know what I should do? I should turn on the screensaver for the back. I mean, honestly, it's supposed to be, like, I don't know, it's like, why make a camera that overheats when you're going to be only using it for hours? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it's supposed to be like a top of the line. This is garbage. It's supposed to be top of the line camera. They're gonna like overheat and shit. It's kind of frustrating. Do I have two audios? Because I could do this and it's like ah la la la. Because I could do this and it's like ah la 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 la. It's kind of weird with the delay. Because there's a delay. You connect with the GoPro because it's connecting to my phone, and then I'm using the phone to connect the Wi-Fi. And then the Wi-Fi has to travel to my computer because I have a server on my computer called Mona server, an RTMP server. And I use the RTMP server to receive the I don't know. Yeah, I should turn off the rear camera. Let me disconnect it yet again. While I'm just doing stuff in my room specifically, I don't really need the screens. How about just do screensaver? Brightness is down to 10%. Okay. And this is why we're doing all this now. Obviously, I don't want to be doing this out while I'm in the wild, you know? Planet Orange Purple Ring, Planet Orange Purple Ring. I want to get this all set up at home. Oh God, I didn't plug in the mic. I was talking for a while and I didn't even have... Oh, I guess I had the camera mic on, so I guess you could have heard me. No wonder it was so different. There we go. Are you doing full surgery included? Yes, I am. I'm going to have a vagina by Christmas time. Oh, is it? I'm gonna have my pussy in time for Christmas. I have plenty of time to recover from the facial surgery. And whatever dental surgery. God, 3 surgeries in 1 year. Fucking crazy. It's not uncomfortable for me. I talk about it a lot on stream. I don't expect, I try to educate people about like, but at the same time, like we also kind of have to meet people halfway. That's what I was kind of talking about earlier. Cause basically what's been going on is the same shit over and over. And of course, yeah, like I understand, like I understand perfectly. Like, you know, we need to fight. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about the legal battle. I'm talking about the internet battle. Internet battle is stupid. I just think it's stupid. I don't know why people are so putting all their energy into Twitter. And they act like Twitter is the end all be all. And obviously, Twitter is like, you know, a huge part of like culture. So it is a big deal. But I feel like, you know, there's a way to do it, there's a way not to do it. And it looks like a lot of the people fighting for trans rights are really not helping us. Like really not at all. Test. Testing.
Yes.
Okay, why is it using that microphone? I'm holding underwear. Yeah, you know what sucks is when I'm in live streaming mode. I'm a fun streamer? Oh. You're basing that off of this? This is like the most boring stream ever. I don't know, maybe I should give myself more credit. I apparently have a really interesting personality. I have a really low ego. I know it might not seem like it because I really put myself and set myself up as larger than life. I think the reason I do that is because I have such low self-esteem. Like from a lifetime of bullying and people just stomping all over me. Now, okay. Now, test. Okay, it's working now. Yeah, it just wasn't plugged in all the way. Oh, a little bit more character to the stream. The extra light. Hey, look, we already cleared out like a whole frickin' space, so let's, you know, just one little teeny step at a time. You know, obviously, the thing I like about streaming is it's so chill. Like, literally, like, the medium is like, you could be doing, like, literally anything. You could be just chilling. You could be playing a video game. You could be cleaning. You could also be inspired to clean. And if you need to clean, obviously, I can't force you. But if you need to clean like this, you know, this is a good time to do it, you know, just kind of pretend that we're like both cleaning at the same time. I mean, we are, you know, kind of like, I like the kind of sense of like that all your viewers are experiencing like the same exact time that you are. And you kind of have like this collective activity, but it's like, it doesn't have to be this super crazy entertaining thing. Although it could be, because the medium allows like pretty much anything. Like it's basically, it's TV. Like literally it's broadcasting. I could broadcast like pre-recorded stuff. I could broadcast like, I could broadcast like live events that are like really high production. Like you'll see like OTK and stuff do that. Which I know that like a lot of the streamers have controversy, but honestly, I feel like everybody has their own skeletons in their closet, including me. You know, stuff I'll never talk about on stream because there's people involved, and there's a lot of people involved in life, and I think there's certain things that you talk about on stream if it regards you, and when you're talking about other people, especially people that you've either harmed or harmed you, there's certain people I think like, you know, I think it's a little different if somebody's harmed me. I don't know. I try not to dox people. I try to talk about things that affect me rather than like trying to, you know, I don't know. I try not to blame anyone but myself. I don't really try to, it's so easy to blame the rest of the world. Oh God. Yeah, I was creating like, I was writing out like opening books for chess and stuff. Yeah, the cool thing about this camera is it doesn't like glare when I put stuff up next to it, and you can actually read stuff. I gotta be careful with that though. I don't want private information on stream. Oh no, these chess moves, that's my opening prep. Now you guys, my career is over. I leaked my opening prep. Final Fantasy 12, you know, like the collector's edition. I never beat this game. I had never beaten this game. I got like maybe a quarter of the way through or halfway through even, I don't know. Ah, James Baldwin. Probably the best essayist of our time, or I guess previous generation's time. You're gonna steal your bank details? Yeah, because of my chess opening prep. By the way, don't steal people's bank information. You will go to jail. You will get caught. Oh shit, did I just leak my fucking... God damn it. By the way, everybody, the worst people the worst people who have been in my stream, because honestly, my first viewers really, the first people I've been famous with, which is kind of why I think I have hope for my career, because if you don't have haters, you're doing something wrong. But obviously I have real viewers, but my first like real like fame was with actual Nazis, and I shut them down. And I've contacted the police about certain people, but either way, everyone's on their own in this world. And honestly, I'm not going to let someone who wants to instill fear into people control my life. And there's been plenty of people who've pursued fame throughout time. It's not even unique to nowadays, although with the internet, it's like way crazier. But I think it's just a bigger scale. But like people have been like dealing with like, the problems that come with fame and fortune, like mostly fame though. The problems that come with fame since like the dawn of time, there's probably like that caveman or cavewoman that like had the extra big rock or something. I don't know, like, programming the 68,000. The Motorola 68,000. I want to do some really interesting like stuff eventually. Just playing around with like hardware. I have a Raspberry Pi on the way though, so I'm going to be doing some Raspberry Pi stuff, and that's for my streaming setup eventually. I want to use the Raspberry Pi to like act as some kind of thing inside of my backpack. I'm not really exactly sure, but I was reading a guide and they used the Raspberry Pi for something. So I just, they're super cheap, and it's also, I've been wanting to get a Raspberry Pi for a very long time. Yeah, this is the James Baldwin book. Probably the best essayist of the past 100 years. Like probably the best essayist and probably the most important and influential essayist, because he wrote his experience as a black man in Jim Crow law days. Growing up in Jim Crow laws and then through the civil rights movement. Apparently he lived like the end of his life in France because he was just tired of living in the fucking United States. I don't blame any black person for leaving. I think this country sucks, but there's worse out there. And so this is like, basically either you eat a shit sandwich or you eat a shit sandwich that's been sterilized. And I don't want to eat a shit sandwich that's going to kill me with bacteria. So if you had a choice between a shit sandwich and a shit sandwich that's been sterilized, I'd rather have the sterilized one. Either way, I don't want to eat a shit sandwich, but that's just basically how the world works. It's fucked up. It doesn't make any sense. Who gains from it? Like, even the people who are like, profiting and stuff, are they really profiting? Like, what kind of life are they living? Like, are they living a life where they have to look at themselves in the mirror with what they're doing? It's like, what the hell? Like, how do you live with yourself? I don't understand how, like, these people live with themselves. I guess the money is more important to them than their soul, I guess. What's ironic is a lot of these people will claim that they care about people's souls, like transgender people or gay people or whatever. Oh God. Oh, I need to keep these. These are super important. Yeah, I thought I got rid of all the legal documents, but honestly, like, here's the thing: if literally the worst possible people imaginable already have my information, I'm not going to go out of my way and being loose by doxing myself like all the time. But honestly, yeah, but rich people gain from it, but do they? They get money, but do they? Do they actually get like a life? Does it actually like improve their life? Like, or does it make it worse? Like, do you have to do shitty things to people in order to get the money? Like, you're gonna have to live with yourself for the rest of your life. And if you do things that hurt your soul, and I'm not talking about whatever Bible or whatever, like, if you do things that hurt your soul, Like, for example, the worst crime imaginable, I guess like the most heinous crime, really, I mean, torture is pretty bad, but like the most heinous and permanent crime is murder. And that's even in the Bible. Thou shalt not murder, like kill or whatever. Yeah, modern day surgery is crazy. Yeah, and the tech for the vaginoplasty is insane. My doctor uses a robot, and it's supposed to have a way better recovery. It's like less invasive. I don't know. It is what it is. And I've seen pictures of his clients, of his patients. I've seen pictures of his patients who shared their surgery results on Reddit, even like literally the day after the surgery, or like the 3 days after the surgery, like the day after the surgery, week after surgery, month after surgery, etc. It takes about 3 months, although I would say 9 months total to really settle in. Oh, there. But here's the thing: if literally the worst possible people who could have my personal information already have it, I'm not, like I said, I'm not going to go out of my way to dox myself and stuff. But really, like, how worse could it get? I mean, oh God, famous last words. God damn it. Well, it was good seeing you guys. I just got sniped. Oh no. Please don't kill me. I really worked hard to try to live. I really hope nobody tries to kill me. Like, please don't. Like please don't. Like, I'm a good person. I want to do good for the world. I want to help people. But you know, like literally, if they didn't do anything, I think in these people's minds, no amount of convincing them will change this. I don't think. So even if I say all this shit, I don't think it's gonna matter. These people think that me living my life is torture because they see trans people and they think we're miserable for being trans. So, I mean, it sucks, but it's because of them. like they're the ones who are causing the problem. I'm gonna put all my I'm gonna take all that makeup stuff because I only had like a few makeup pieces over there. I'm gonna put my extra makeup pieces in a different location because that location is just like the foundation, like the basic stuff. And I have like some more stuff in my purse. But like, I'm gonna put more of like the more, like this is kind of like, you don't really wear like this kind of like highlights and stuff. Like you don't wear these kind of like powders like for highlights and stuff like that. You don't really wear these on a regular basis. These are kind of special, like for cosplay or like for special makeup tutorials. And I will be doing a makeup tutorial arc. And not quite there yet. Right now we're doing a fitness arc. Cleaning my room right now and also getting my streaming back together. We're going to be doing an IRL streaming arc where I'm going to be doing a lot of stuff like, because I started rollerblading and I also have roller skates and I also got ice skates, figure skates. So I'm going to be doing a lot of content, but I have to like do a lot of work on improving on those things. I also have to get my streaming backpack ready. There's a lot of stuff that goes into it. And I'm just kind of leaning into the process and just kind of accepting it. Like, hey, like it's not going to happen overnight. Like I have plenty of time to set up my streaming stuff. I'd like to be able to have a setup where I can basically just not think about it, where I could just pick up and go. And I could just kind of have like a normal kind of like, hey, like let's go do an IRL stream. And I just like pick up and go, you know? You like trans girls? They're pretty. Aw, thank you. Multi-billionaire or millionaire? Here's my goal. My goal is to make enough money so I don't have to think about money anymore. And I know that's crazy and very like unrealistic, but I don't have any other options. And I don't want to go too far into it because I've talked about it so many times on stream. I'm autistic. I'm extremely disabled from social situations and emotional regulation. I don't have any intellectual disability. I'm actually extremely smart. Like, I mean, like, I was like in the top percentile in like fourth grade for like I did algebra, you know, like, and like shit like that. I always knew the answers. I'm throwing this away. I'm tired of this clock. I don't use it. Now this is nice, but I haven't played clarinet, and we're gonna get to music again. But this is clarinet reeds. Eventually, I'm gonna replace all my cane. It's good to always have some cane reeds, I guess, in case your Legiers break. But honestly, like I might just like invest over time to just getting like a bunch of Legier reeds as backup, because honestly, they're like the best reeds. Like they're synthetic. You don't have to like moisten them. Algebra is great. It's the basis of basically all mathematics. I mean, besides arithmetic and geometry. Here's like a drawing I did a while back. Ah, the monitor. Okay. Jesus Christ. Freaking monitor. Almost destroyed everything. Destroyed. Music stuff. Music will be another arc when I get to a place in my life where I could really focus on these things. Obviously, I could be doing it now, but right now I'm focusing on my transition stuff. I'm focusing on my health overall. This is not the game. I think it's in the PS2. This is Dirge of Cerberus. Like Final Fantasy VII spinoff for Vincent. Seer. Oh wait, no. This is Variety Gaming. Oh look, I got a cassette player. Why is there... There was a glucometer test strip in there. Why? Yeah, this is actually what it's a tape. It's a cassette player, but it also converts audio to MP3 so you can back up your audio cassettes. I don't know how they sell that and how that's legal. But I guess, you know, it's just audio, it's just backups of your cassette tapes. I'm gonna turn the heater on. This is for my Pilates set. More cables. I got a ton of USB cables, different type. How long would your full transition take? Well, I knew I was trans when I was like 18, so that was like 2006 or 2007 or so. I don't know exactly what the timeline was. It was a really foggy time of my life. This would be good for the flute. I play flute, clarinet, saxophones, mainly tenor, but I've actually played more soprano since I started streaming and stuff, because it's like, I don't know, since I stopped going to college, I've been trying, music's been very different to me. But I knew I was trans like when I was like 18, 19. Like I said, it's a blur. Then I closeted back up because I didn't really have any support, unfortunately. Is this still good? Just some Listerine strips. Oh God, they're not all melted together. It's actually useful. I kind of clogged it back up. I was homeless from 2010 to 2014. Okay. Living in homeless shelters. I was couch surfing. There was like a whole bunch of shit going on. There was a bunch of bullshit with my family. I didn't get diagnosed with, as autistic until I started transitioning, unfortunately. I started transitioning when I was 31. In September 25th, 2019 was the first day I took hormones, my estrogen. But I actually started living as Rebecca Lauren, like at the beginning, like kind of like maybe like the second week of September. I remember those days were really, and I kind of feel that still about like stuff, kind of anxiety, but like, ooh la la. These are actually too big. I need to get my bras at the right size. That's that one does a lot of lifting. It's a push-up bra. By the way, I do have boobies. Obviously, I have them really close to my body right now because we're doing athletic stuff. You thought I'm in my 20s? I'm 35. But thank you. I'm flattered. I'm flattered. Oh my god. I'm flattered. Like, oh my god. Box for the chess clock, not the death clock. This is a 10 by 10 checkerboard for 10 by 10 checkers, international checkers. Very good game, like very fun game, but it's hard. Checkers. You just want to eat them. Don't eat them. I look mad young. I don't know if we look close enough. Trying to convince you that I'm ugly. It's not working. I'm too hot. No, I'm just kidding. No, I mean, here's the thing. As a quote-unquote man, I was actually considered very above average and attractive, but I hated myself and I hated my body, and it carried over and then effectively made me very unattractive. So even though I was quote-unquote attractive, because of the way it affected me, it made me very unattractive. And I'm not talking about like dating. I couldn't care less. By the way, it's couldn't care less. And everybody says could care less. If you could care less, then that means you still could. Like there's still less that you can care. When you couldn't care less, that means that I'm just gonna put the clothes on the floor and then take them out later. Because I need to close the door because it's so fucking cold. Oh, here was an event that I did for school. Viva Italia. That was when that was after that semester I didn't go. I went there with my sister. Okay. Yeah, my sister was still enrolled in classes. I didn't continue with college. I dropped out in spring 2018. I was doing music performance and jazz studies. I put like 3 years from 2015 to 2018. It was after the homelessness. I was homeless and then like I wasn't. My dad let me move back in. I actually found out he wasn't legally allowed to kick me out because I was on the lease, but it's too late for that. And also, I am the woman I am today because of the experiences I had. I don't know the kind of person I would be. Ooh, Worms World Party, PlayStation. Such a boomer. Dragon Quest VIII, I never beat this game. One of these days I'll actually be like established enough where we could just do some boomer games. But then again, I don't know. Look at S-Band. S-Band's great. People make fun of like people like S-Band, but like literally he's a huge part of OTK. Just because his own channel doesn't always have like a crazy viewership. I think he has a very specific kind of vibe in his chat. I don't think is really as popular as like people like Emiru or like Mizkif even. Honestly, Mizkif, after all the shit that's been going down with some people, doesn't look so bad now, does it? it's still bad. It's still bad what happened. And I think, you know, I think it's important to recognize what you do is bad and then make efforts to change. I really hate how the internet is so freaking permanent. Oh, I don't want to. Finally found my book. My therapist was asking me where it was, and I told her I lost it. Now now it's found. Yay! And coping skills workbook. Yeah, I do stuff with in therapy. It's really. I go to therapy every single week. Keyboard sight reading. As part of music major, you have to take at least 3 semesters of piano. I took 4. I'm really bad at piano. Here's the PS2. I have a Japanese PS2 as well, but this is the slim one. The only reason we had, see, the thing is, my brother got a Japanese PS2. We played it on stream before. We played classic Final Fantasy 11, but during the time when it was classic, when it was actually the current retail, me and my brother were playing. I had real life friends that played. Okay, so all my instruments, I'm gonna put over here for now and just not even deal with until I settle, because the instruments are pretty much set in stone, but I need to take them out in order to rearrange everything. See, this is the Music Association of Community Colleges of California. This was a yearly event. There was either in San Francisco or San Diego. Those are the 2 places they had it. No, was it San Diego? Yeah, it was San Diego. So it was either San Diego or it alternated every year. What music did you play? I did jazz studies, but I also did, it wasn't necessarily classical. It was more like, I did symphonic band. I have been a lifelong musician, but I played various instruments throughout my life. So in middle school and elementary school, I started with choir when I was like 6 years in like first grade. And then I stopped choir by the time I got to 7th grade. But in 4th grade, I joined the band. I started with saxophone, and unfortunately, I stopped at that point. But I played trumpet. I switched to trumpet, and I learned the trumpet. I learned it really fast. I'm a very fast learner, by the way. I'm easily coached, which is why I think I'm going to really do well once I get myself established in the entertainment industry. I feel like, like a lot of people out there have like a lot of really toxic requirements, and I don't. I've been poor my whole life, okay? If I'm making money and I'm working with people, that's the main thing. It's not about the money. I want to work with people and make great works of art. That's what I want to do. When I see people like OTK, I don't care whatever scandals are going on with people. I'm looking at like the entertainment business, which the entertainment business is, I hate to break it to you, but the entertainment business is full of shitty people because there's shitty people in the world in general. But the show must go on. The show must go on, okay? That's the #1 rule of the entertainment biz. The show must go on. There's a certain point when things get so bad where you have to cancel things, okay? But I don't know, like I feel like, shouldn't we give people more of a chance to actually change? And obviously, if someone continues to act like shit, whatever, it's to be determined with Ms. Kiff. In fact, I don't know. Maybe he should talk to me. Maybe I could help him. I tend to heal people. Everybody in real life, like outside of the streaming sphere. I tend to heal people. Like that's kind of, I've been told that by so many people. Like I have a way of like looking into things and looking into people's souls. It's a gift. Like but I want to use that gift. And I think the entertainment business is a perfect place because that's my place. Like that's who, like I'm an entertainer. I was born to entertain. I was born to create things. It's not even about entertaining. Like I was born to create. Like I'm not a destroyer. I'm a creator. There's two things. You're either a destroyer or a creator. Destroyers can be good and creators can be bad. It's not either or. You can create something that destroys things in a bad way, or you can destroy things that are hurting people. Like, so it's like either you're a destroyer or a creator, and I'm a creator. I create things that should have value, and sometimes they do, and it's not always what people want. But sometimes healing hurts. I don't know. Mizkif, if you're watching, we should meet sometime. I think you'd get along with my friends too. They're like you, but not like you, honestly. I think you have a lot of personal growth. But how are we supposed to forgive people? I mean, I think practicing forgiveness is important, but never forget. Never forget. I never forget. But why hold it up against people for their whole lives, you know? But yeah, I played jazz, so I played symphonic band. Yeah, see, like orchestra and symphonic band. You know, I went to Santa Rosa Junior College. It's a good school, and it has a good music program. Very good music program. In fact, community colleges in general are very underrated because the people who teach in community colleges are probably a lot more. I don't know. I don't want to like make sweeping judgments about people I don't even know, but I don't know. I just feel like people put way too much focus on what school they go to, and not enough focus on what instructor and on what coach and what and like what instructors they have, or band directors, or you know. They think way too much about the name of the school. Oh, this is moldy as fuck. It's an old edition anyway, but that was a music theory book. I tried music theory in 2007, shortly after high school. I wasn't really ready for it. It wasn't until after I was homeless that I went back. After homelessness, I feel like that set me up. It gave me skills and perspective that I think carry over to this day. It helps you when you're homeless. You start to either continue to spiral downward, or you start to see things that matter, and you start making changes, which is what I did. So I made changes. I wasn't perfectly innocent. I know that like it really wasn't 100% my fault, but there's things that were my fault, and I could have done better. But honestly, I wasn't equipped. I wasn't equipped to do things on my own. Like, I was not equipped. And so I don't blame my past self for being who she was. But some things that are like, you know, burning bridges. People who don't understand autism as well, like people who think that I was just some crazy person just because I'm having a meltdown. Basically becoming stronger. Yeah, I mean, you either learn, you know, someone throws you in the ocean, you either sink or you learn how to swim. And I learned how to swim, barely. And I'm still trying to learn how to swim. You know, but I got to a point where, you know, right now I don't have to worry so much about money. I can make money. In fact, I made $107 today. From one of my moderators. For all I know, that could be you. So. For all I know, you could be Mizkif. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't want to be like super parasocial, and I understand how like ridiculous it is for someone who's like a nobody like me to like expect to like break into the business that quickly. But I feel like if anybody could do it, it'd be me. I'm a quick fucking learner. Especially with coaching. Either way, I want to do something with my life, with entertainment. It doesn't matter how, I just want to do it. But I really like what OTK is doing. Like I said, the show must go on. OTK is bigger than any single content creator. In fact, I think it's like, and they say like, I mean, obviously there's kings and queens or whatever, but I really do think that OTK, the one true king, that's content or community. Like, you know, and the people who curate that. So that's what makes someone a king or a queen. Like people, you know, because they're the ones providing that. Like it's a service. It's not like, you know, I don't know. I think you have to take your ego out of the business. When you have ego, you just like, it pisses everyone off. It's really unattractive. And I learned that in music. Like with music, you can't be out there trying to impress everyone. It's going to sound bad anyway, because people are, they can tell if you can hear ego in your playing. Like you can literally hear it. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I don't know how to explain it. I keep these things. These are memories. Like 2015 was when I started. I actually, okay, I didn't finish my story. 4th grade, I played trumpet. And I actually got, in the middle of 4th grade, I went from beginning band to advanced band. But I had attitude problems. And this is where I'm talking about ego. I didn't accept that I wasn't able to learn how to play softly. I could only play at the loudest dynamic. And dynamics are like, pianissimo and fortissimo. So like super soft and super loud. I basically just played, I had one volume, like tectone. I had one volume, it was loud. And the teacher was trying to help me. And I would talk back to her, argue with her, saying, I am playing quietly. Obviously, I wasn't. I didn't know how to think objectively. I was 4th grade. Come on. Leave me, get off my back. Literally no one's on my back. So in 5th grade, I was back in, beginning band. 5th grade, I did beginning band again. My teacher wanted me to have another year of learning discipline. And then 6th grade, I joined advanced band, but I played percussion. Like, I played percussion. And no, here's the thing. I did beginning of band again with percussion, but then I quickly got to advanced band. I'm that good, okay? Do you understand? Like, I don't want to say that I'm good in the sense that, like, I'm this amazing musician. What I mean is I'm good at learning things quickly. And that's like probably a really good skill to have in this world. Because that means that, like, if someone says, oh no, you need to hold it like, instead of holding it like this, you have to hold it like this. And I just make the adjustment. I don't argue. Like, you just do it. Like, yeah, here's how you do it is you got to think about the big picture. You kind of want to think about, like, what are you actually doing when you're, like, for example, with music. What is the actual goal of getting together to create music? Like, to actually have, like, an orchestra or whatever. Your goal is to create, obviously, literally, your goal is to create audio waves that travel through the sound and into people's ears. It changes the way the air makeup is, like the way the air, like, it's literally sound waves traveling through the air. But why do we do it? And it's because we're trying to evoke human emotions. Oh, and these are practical studies for clarinet, and I just fucked it up. Page 41. The fuck? Never mind. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix that later. Yeah, Santa Rosa Junior College, they got a couple of years ago, before COVID, they were building, before I dropped out, like 2018, they were building a new freaking music or theater. And it's like a super high quality theater. I don't know if I haven't actually listened to a performance there, but it's higher quality than Sonoma State University, which also got a huge, crazy grant to make a crazy ass theater. And obviously the reason they do that, they put the millions, it was like $40 million. The reason they do that, do you still do music? Like I said, I'm kind of in this weird in-between stage. Every now and then I'll play my flute or my clarinet or my saxophone. But honestly, I really don't feel like I'm really mentally capable of doing it now. Like, I'm just so focused on so many other things. I'm focusing on my mental health, and obviously music could be a part of that, but I'm trying to find other things that I've never done before, really. Like, I've never really, like I said, I got into rollerblading again. Well, I'm just going to say skating from now on. I got into roller skating, like I got into rollerblading again, and like that's like fitness. You know, I need to do something to like, and also like I said, I'm going to be taking a lot of beatings. My body's going to take a heavy beating this year. Even though there's, you know, safe surgeries, that doesn't mean I have to like just destroy my body in the process and feel pain at like extreme. I want to be able to recover correctly. I want to be able to recover quickly. And, you know, that's why I don't have any, you know, I quit weed. In fact, they don't want you having any CBD like at least like a week before, but I quit weed like last month. And I don't really like weed particularly anymore. It's changed. It hurts my stomach over time. In the short term, it's fine, but like I have a tendency to kind of have addictive personality. It's another autistic thing. Like basically, what autism really is it's an imbalance in your brain from like genetics or whatever causes it. You know, scientists literally don't 100% understand it. But basically, it's an imbalance in your serotonin uptake, or not, in your dopamine. I look fit. Thank you. It's an imbalance, or it's a. Oh God, this was my first wig. I keep it just as a reminder of where I came from. This was because when I started transitioning, I had shaved my head, and I got this wig. It's terrible. I haven't worn it. Ew, I'm not gonna wear it. It's fucking gross. God damn it. Oh God, let me just... Yeah, it looked really bad. It looked really bad. Okay? Actually, let's throw it out. It's on stream now. We had the moment. I'm throwing it out. I'm not a hoarder like my dad. Okay? I'm not gonna hoard things. I had the memory. I'm done with it. The wig color is nice. Yeah, but it was really bad. Trust me. And it's all fucked up. It's all ripped and shit. And it's just, it was really ugly. And honestly, I was still early on hormones. And everything was just really fucked up, honestly. I forgot what I was talking about. Music. I don't know. I just feel like I can't really focus on music right now. I consider it a communal thing, and COVID kind of ruined that too. This one's actually garbage. Like literal garbage. It was like $10. Snake charmer. I don't know if you could even hear that. It probably sounded really bad. Because I have... I'm gonna keep this though. Never know what you could use that for. You can also put your weed in there. I literally forgot what I was talking about. I was like saying something like about that music can't really, it's not really time for that again. It's not really time for that right now. I've done music my whole life. Oh, by the way, oh God. This needs to like dry. It's all moist. And not even moist critical. I don't know. It's like there's certain things I learned from being a performer in college, and obviously I don't want to claim that it's the same scale as like all these, you know, famous YouTubers and streamers and stuff. I don't want to claim it's it's definitely not on the same scale, but honestly, like being up on a stage is something that like you do it. The more you do it, the easier it gets. Like you get used to being in front of people and performing. When I was a little kid, I've done concerts. I've been on stage since like I was like 6 years old. Even though it wasn't like in a professional sense, it was just school, you know. But it's still something. You know, not a lot of people can really say that. Not a lot of people can say that they've been on stage since they were 6 years old. Why the platform and not Twitch? Because I got banned from Twitch because of Kick.com Rainmaker. I'm multi-streaming. I literally... I have a viewer on YouTube right now, and I also have you here. But I don't know, I feel like I said, you have to take your ego out of it, but I have to be real. You? Like, why is it overheating? It's supposed to be going on for like hours. Why is it overheating? I don't have the battery in. I put the screensaver on. Like, what the fuck? I think, I actually forgot what this was. Like, is this the Milky Way galaxy? In the freezer? I don't think that's what you need to do. I think it needs to cool down naturally. I don't think that's how you do it. You don't want to quick cool it. That can ruin it. You can't just spend another 500. I mean, I'm doing payments. Like, what the actual fuck? Like, it's designed to, like, be filming stuff. Why is it constantly overheat? Like, what is going on?
It's still plenty bright. I mean, it's a really bright display, and you only need it higher if you're shooting in really strong sunshine and you're wearing really dark sunglasses. Then the display could be a little bit hard to see, and you might need, when you're walking around, that's just not true. Hypersmooth boost is what you should use if you're holding a GoPro in your hand and you're running over extreme terrain, jumping over boulders and logs. You have a lot of movement there.
So that's when I'm rollerblading. I'll have hyper smooth on.
Thing. And, you know, when you're walking around shooting in a car from a bike, you don't need hypersmooth set to boost. I mean, having it set to standard or even low will work sufficiently well. Not only will that keep your camera cool, it will also help preserve your battery life and apply less crop to your overall image. So, yeah, it's really handy if you're trying to get those extra long time-lapse shots, night-lapse shots, or just filming something for an extended period of time, like a long car journey. However, not a lot of people seem to know that if you're going to power your device externally, choice and care is very important. If you have an SD card that's corrupt or even too slow, then your camera can have a hard time writing data to that card in an efficient, fast manner. And the side effect of too slow or corrupt SD card is, well, you've guessed it, it's heat. So that's why I recommend using a Samsung Evo card. I've used these since the GoPro Hero 4 was released, and I use them in all my GoPro cameras.
I think there's a setting. I think it's probably... There was like a setting. And I think I need to turn it off. Because I had a setting that was like... It kept like the last like 30 seconds of video. And I don't know if that's affecting things. God damn it. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Well, let me put it in the window. They're kind of cool. Not the freezer. Freezer would probably break it, honestly. Let's just kind of read up on it. I could use my other camera in the meantime, honestly. This is my main webcam. I mean, it's like I said, it's good that we're figuring out this now because I don't want this to be overheating when I'm out and about. Like I don't want to be, I mean, this is the webcam. Like it doesn't have the wide lens, so you can't really see like everything. So it's like kind of I like the wide I like the wide lens. Oops. 27 minutes? God damn it. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, see, I think that's it. I need the micro SD card. Like, I need the micro SD card to do the firmware update. I think it needs to be updated. Because it probably has more efficient usage. Yeah, like, what the fuck? God damn it. How come, like, I spend money on something and it's fucked up? I don't have that much money. And when I put money into something, I want it to be useful. And now I don't even feel like I can return it. Like, I've already, like, I'm doing payments. And also, like, I just don't want to deal with this shit. Like, god damn it. Like, why does money have to... God damn it. What kind of bizarre scenario are you doing a screen record on your phone in the ocean? Yeah, mine goes off after about... I mean, we've been here for 2 hours. So about an hour. I mean, that's better than 15 minutes, but... It's stabilization? Or did it just unplug? like, is that what happened? Or is the voltage just dead? Okay. I think it's the Volta. Am I just like going crazy? I could have sworn there was an option that I... Oh, I think I need to edit this. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Schedule capture duration element hindsight off. Okay, well that's all off. We might have to go 480p and then full screen it or stretch it or whatever. Okay. What? Now my Elgato? Okay. God damn it. It can be annoying sometimes. Like I said, this is why I want to do this in the studio. Because obviously we're not in like conditions where I'm going to have to do this out on the road or whatever. You know? I'm going to try doing it like 480p for streaming. Well, plus I'm going to need to like lower bitrate anyway for when I'm out on the road. That might be it. I think it's just I think it's the Wi-Fi. And the upload rate. I was uploading at 5,000. Okay, that's what it was. I'm stupid. It was a CBR was 5,000. Resolution 480p. Let's go. Hopefully it's not terrible quality. Either way, I mean, if I'm going to be live streaming, for recording it's different. I'm going to do 4K for recording for YouTube. Okay. I'm going to have to stretch it. It's probably going to be bad, isn't it? I'm going to have to stretch it. It's probably going to be bad, isn't it? I don't know. Is it that bad? I don't know. Is it that bad? It's not like terrible bad. 1,500 kilobits a second. 1,500 kilobits a second. Let's split the difference. Do 720. Let's split the difference. Oh. Yeah. The update's gonna fix it, but I need my SD card for that. I need my SD card for that. I don't have a micro SD card until Wednesday. Yeah, it should be better at least having the upload. I think it was there was the Wi-Fi upload. It was the Wi-Fi upload. It was the Wi-Fi upload. Okay, I think that's a good compromise. Okay, I think that's a good hopefully we won't have any overheating as much. Hopefully we won't have any overheating. I mean for IRL streaming, I guess I just have to sacrifice quality anyway because of upload. Limits. And I guess if I want to do high quality footage, And I guess if I want to do high quality footage, yeah, if I want to do, yeah, if I want to do, oh, if I want to do like super high quality footage, I'm gonna have to do it on. If I want to do like super
4K
high quality footage, I'm gonna have to do it on
regular camera mode.
4K. Let me like put it near the window to kind of stay cool for now. Let me like put it near the window to kind of stay cool for now. Help it cool down. Oh. Let's keep it near the window. Let's keep it near the window. Here we go. Olivia's finally in the shot. There we go. Olivia's finally in the shot. Thank you, Olivia. Okay. Thank you, Olivia. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but... Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird, but... kind of far away. But, you know, so it doesn't heat up as much. But, you know, so it doesn't heat up as much. Test. Okay. I was really just procrastinating. Okay. Oh, here's a I was really just procrastinating. Coloring book for adults. Oh, here's a coloring book for adults. Where's my water? Okay. Where's my water? Okay. It's estrogen time. Okay. Oh. It's estrogen time. Okay. I don't want to get mood swings. I don't want to get mood swings. So I need to take my estrogen. Because I like it. I need to take my estrogen. Because I like it. Oh, I put it because I've been moving around I've been organizing things differently now. I've been moving around I've been organizing things differently now. So I want to reorganize my whole room. Before I get in my surgery, I'm going to be because afterwards I'm staying with my mom. Before I get in my surgery, I'm going to be staying because afterwards I'm staying with my mom. Before I'm going to have to refill my prescription before. Hi, Marty McFly. How are you? Hi, Marty McFly. How are you? Welcome to the stream. My name is Rebecca Lauren. Welcome to the stream. My name is Rebecca Lauren. Oh, here's Tommy the turtle. Can sit next. Here's Tommy the turtle. Friend. Can sit Olivia next. He's Olivia's friend. There's Olivia and Tommy. They're best friends. They're kind of codependent. And they're best friends. They're kind of codependent. She rides on top of him. Because she rides on top of him. Poor Tommy. I know he likes it. He's okay with it. In fact, I know he likes it. He like wants. He's okay with it. In fact, he like wants. But they're best friends. But they're best friends. I think it'll help prevent overheating the way I have it set up now. I think it'll help prevent overheating like an echo? The way I have it set up now. Oh, oops. It is? Like an echo? Oh, oops. Oh, accident. Oh, accident. Oh, sorry about that. I had both microphones on. There's one with a delay because this one's connected to the GoPro. Yeah, since I lowered the resolution and that's less upload. But I also put it next to the window so it can stay cooler because it's cold outside. I just hope I won't have this problem when I'm doing IRL streaming. I always have my phone as a backup. But damn, like I want the wide angle. There it is. I was looking all over for my fucking bikini. Damn it. Because I can actually wear it now. Like can't tell now, but like I actually have booba now. And also I had orchiectomy, and so I don't have any balls in the way, so I can actually wear the lower part better. I don't have to worry about things like, you know, I don't have to worry about that. Still have the box for my AT 2020. I don't need it. I don't know why I have it. I don't know. I could use it to transport it. Put some cushion in it or something. It's good to keep things in the box so you know what it is. I don't have to label it. It's already labeled very effectively. I'll just put it over up here now. We'll figure out places for things. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of good collections of essays. You've gone swimming after transition? I haven't had my vaginoplasty yet, but I had orchiectomy a year ago. You're not supposed to go swimming for like a month. But I showered every day, and it'll be. I mean, I'm pretty sure it'll be even longer when I get the vaginoplasty at the end of the year. But honestly, I haven't gone swimming yet. Oh, I thought you meant like because of the surgery. I had a orchiectomy, so they took out my balls. When exactly does someone stop transitioning? You never do. Everyone's transitioning towards their end of their life, and there's no real goal. You should just try to live your best life. But there is like a medical transition for trans people. I know that's probably what you meant. There is a medical kind of timeline, and I'm kind of at the finish line. After my surgery, I think 5 years. Because by the time I get my surgery, never split the difference. By the time I get the surgery, by the time the bottom surgery is all done, and by the time it's healed, it will have been 5 years. Because right now it's been 3.5 years now. It's been 3.5 years. So by next February, it's 4.5. and that'll be about when I can start using my hoo-hoo again. I'll be able to use her, okay? After about 3 months of my surgery. I don't want to cut it so close, but basically I'll be really happy. There'll be a lot of discomfort and dilating and all that kind of stuff. But it's something that I know I need to do in order to be happy and live a good life and actually contribute to society in a meaningful way, rather than just being a drain on society for having mental health issues. I'd rather not be a drain on society. I'd rather pay taxes. I want to pay taxes. I know that sounds really weird, but being disabled sucks. 3.5 years you were in the wait list. No, so I didn't get on the wait list until last February. So a year ago I got on the wait list, and it was like a 2-year wait list, although it's ending up being November instead of next February. So it's actually a little less than 2 years. I started hormones September 25th of 2019 when I was 31, and it's been, and now I'm 35, January 15th. But you know, it's, I don't really, you know, as time, it changes as you go. Just like, it's just life. I think it's just life. Like, it's just like, this is just happening to be the specific form my life is taking, which has a medical component to it, and something that a lot of people aren't really used to, even though history is used to it. It's kind of weird. We live in a really weird time where people are forgetting ancient history. Like, we're having to rediscover things people already discovered. It's kind of weird. Like, what's going on? Like, we already had this knowledge in our cultural history as a species. Like, trans people existed already, and they were actually like revered as like, the hell? I'm not even going to save this for something. I mean, I could. I'll just get custom ones. Probably 3D print or whatever if I needed one. But yeah, it took from September 25th, 2019 until February 2022 to get on the wait list, to even have the consultation. So it took like a year and a few months just to get on a wait list. That was fucked up. And honestly, kind of one of my missions in life, and kind of what I want to pursue as a content creator long term, especially if I get any level of success, is I want to make sure that every trans person out there who needs or just anybody who needs transgender medicine, not only has access to it, but has access to it completely for free. Because this is life-saving, and everybody should have what I had. It's hard. It's not easy. Like, it's not fucking easy. Okay, that wasn't a big deal. It's just someone closing their car door. I can put recycling separate from the garbage. But I really do think like 5 years is probably like the timeline, especially if you're getting surgeries. But honestly, I feel like even with HRT, pretty much everything settles in about 5 years, and then you just slowly, like, it gets extremely diminishing returns after about 5 years. In fact, like the first 2 years are really like the majority of the changes, but I've noticed a lot of changes, especially since especially since I got my balls removed. Like, I'm not going to need these ever, but I carry them with me in my purse if I have my purse with me. But I carry them with me in my purse in case other women need them. I've never had to use one, but I asked my sister, and apparently women do that. My dad mansplained it, though. It was weird. I said that, and my dad was like, no, and my sister was like, what the fuck? I'm like, how would you know? like, what the fuck? Like, why is my dad mansplaining a period? Like, I mean, I would be transplaining. Like, if I was talking about a period, I'd be transplaining. I'm not mansplaining. I'd be transplaining. Because I can't get periods. I'll never be able to get periods. I don't want periods, and I don't think any woman would hold it against me. I think many women would be like considering me lucky. So, I mean, if you want to call it luck, because I don't get periods, but I have to have gender dysphoria. So, I mean, I guess it's a trade-off. And you know, but that can be, you know, gender dysphoria slowly fades away. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think there ever is like a point where you don't have dysphoria, but I think the same thing goes for for cisgender people. Like, I honestly think it's the same. Like your goal is to become the same as people who are already their gender, you know, physically. I'm not gonna open this, but it's my tenor sax. I showed the other instruments, but like, I don't need to do that. Okay, this blanket needs to be washed. I'm gonna give it to my dad. I think it was originally his anyway. It's a heated blanket. Oh, I don't know if I can wash it. How do you wash a heated? Oh no, I can wash it. Oh. And you haven't even seen out there. My dad carries tampons in pockets just in case. No, I don't think so. Oh, so this, I kept it for a while because it was I'm actually going to keep it. This is a symbol of my writing career. It's only half complete. But it broke. I got it during NaNoWriMo, I think 2015. Maybe it was 2014. Yeah, I got it during NaNoWriMo when I actually finished NaNoWriMo in 2014. Like, I actually wrote like way more than 50,000. I wrote a bunch of notes. I think I counted those. It went like to like 70K, I think, with the notes. Or maybe 60K, I don't know. But I like to keep little things sometimes. I also consider this to be part of my transition journey. Like, it's only half complete because nobody's fully complete. You know, we live and then we die, and nobody's ever complete. But, you know, we're here while we're here, and it's this kind of like weird magical thing called life, and nobody fully understands it. Nobody ever will, for all we know. I don't think anyone ever will. I mean, who knows? But I doubt it. This controller sucks. I was trying to do VR. It's not a VR controller. It said it was, but it's not. They're misleading. It works, but it doesn't have motion. Do these work? Okay, yeah, I got a bunch of stuff in. Oh, there it is. It's this is for a different stream. Some lingerie. I'll just put it up here. Okay. My goal in life is to buy a mansion. The work you put in to get it, I see what you're saying. I totally see what you're saying. Like, it's not about the money. It's not about the mansion. It's like, if you get to a point where you worked that hard, you can live your life like knowing that you like achieved what you wanted to achieve. I can see that. Did I unplug the monitor again? What the fuck? Okay. I thought I accidentally turned off my computer. It was just the speakers. Okay. Okay. Ew. Oh, finally. I had this whole thing. It's all wet. I'm going to let it dry. I don't want to mess with it. Is it going to dry solid? Ugh. Let me put it next to the heater right now. Okay. There. I kind of got it like open a little bit like this, and the pages are a little bit spread out. Now wash that. Ew, spider. Well, this is also wet. What does your dad do for a living? He like works at a home improvement center. No, he's got extreme mental health problems. He doesn't want to move out. Here's some notes for some short stories. Depth. See the world. Different, unique world. Show, not tell. Bruce hated puppies versus Bruce kicked the puppy. I mean, that shows, rather, you know? This is like an ass pad. I don't even use. I have a good ass. I don't need to have fake tits or fake ass. But it's okay if people need that. I understand when people need to live their best to live the best version of themselves. As a trans person, I think I have like more understanding than most people of that specific thing. This is a Game Boy Advance SP charger. If I find the Game Boy Advance SP, I'm going to be so happy. I don't think it's here though. No, my dad is an extreme alcoholic. He drinks 3 bottles of vodka a week. He wants to live in filth, which is why it's so hard for me to clean. I know it's like kind of an excuse, but it's not really, because I can't really clean out the living room because he's always there. And if he's there, he's like, why are you doing that? This is normal. Why are you cleaning? Oh God, I remember this. I made like a bunch of like Go games to study. I would use my mind to study it. I would like look at the game in my mind. Like let this all dry out a bit. Kind of put all that stuff over there to dry. Yeah. Okay, this is going to the garbage. Yeah. Totally soaked. It's totally soaked. Let me just put it in here just in case. See how it can dry. I've tried to learn a lot of things and I kind of just give up on them. It's really annoying that I do that. I'm just going to throw that away. I don't know. It's still good. Ew, it smells bad though, but it's a Pro Marker blender. I could put it with my art supplies. Ooh, there's the cap for my brush. My makeup brush. Ooh, what's this? I had no idea this thing existed. Oh, I think I remember this. My first quote unquote girlfriend, you know, the woman like at the time, like 30 years older than me that I had sex with to lose my virginity. I think she gave me this. Or no, maybe it was someone else. Oh, maybe it was the girlfriend who was like 2 years younger than me when I was homeless. And we lived together for like 4 months. I don't know. Either way, I can't even associate it with a memory anymore. So now it's its own thing. And I'm going to reclaim it. Okay. I think we're almost done with clearing this out. Get this. I think the rest of this is garbage. It's an eraser. Yeah, I don't worry about mold. Ugh. A bunch of insulin syringes. Those are good to have for emergency, and this one's full, so. It's good to have for emergency because sometimes, because I use the pen tips, like the pen tips, they're much better using the pen for the insulin. I think I didn't like using the vial. It just felt way too weird. Also, it's just, I don't know. I'm gonna put those there for now. We'll work on that spot next time. Right now, we're just doing this one. I'm gonna have to clean all this because there's mold. Why are the papers wet? Because it's like, well, it's been raining the past couple days. Injections hurt? No. Sometimes they give a little bit of a bruise if I hit the wrong spot. It's not like terrible. Getting more stretch marks. You know what that means? You know what that means? It means my fats, I'm in a cycle of feminizing again. Basically, the way HRT works is it kind of works in cycles. Like you have like an initial spurt where you kind of like grow little tiny breasts, and then like your body kind of like gets softer. Like you shed like a whole layer of skin, it's over time. It doesn't just happen. You don't like shed it off. Like you're not like a lizard. It just kind of slowly disappears over time. It takes a long time with estrogen. Like I've been on it since I've been on it for like 3.5 years now. Like I said. Yeah, there's like a lot of mold up here. There's soundproofing panels. But yeah, I do think like I kind of like want to achieve that in my lifetime. It's not about me being rich. It's like you said with the mansion. It's not about getting the mansion. It's about being in a place with your life where you can have a mansion. Like it's not even about the mansion at all. Like it's about having that level of dedication and success. And I feel like that's way more important than money. But you need money to live, unfortunately. And in this crazy, crazy world we live in, it's really fucking crazy. And it's I don't know, it's just like really fucking crazy. People are pieces of shit too. And this transcends like whether or not you're like, you know, whether you're like on the left or the right politically. Like there's shitty fucking people all the fuck around. And I hate it. Like why are people so fucking shitty? Like why can't people like be like normal? Like here's the thing. When you're normal, everybody who's not normal sees you as crazy. And I think that I'm the normal one. I should be normal. Like I should be the norm. Where I actually care about people. I care about improving myself. I don't blame other people. I do my best to be like the best version of myself I could. I think that's pretty normal. But there's people out there, they see me as crazy. Think smart, then work hard? Yeah. Yeah, average lives. That's why it's like, you have to work hard to work smart, though. Work hard at being smart first. And then once you get things down, then you have to work smart. But like, feel like you have to get those smarts first. So that's kind of what I'm working on. I'm working on learning how to be smart, which is really hard. It's really hard. And it's an uphill fucking battle, okay? Like, it's a really fucking uphill battle. Because I've tried so many different lines of work. I've tried so many different career paths. I've tried college. I've tried so many different things. I tried I couldn't get like an apprenticeship anywhere or whatever. I'm unemployable. I literally am unemployable. I'm permanently disabled. I don't want to be permanently disabled. And it doesn't mean I'm going to be permanently disabled forever, contrary to what the name suggests. I am permanently disabled, meaning I can't work. I can work literally 0 jobs in the United States. That's what the judge said. It doesn't really reflect on me as a person. It is just literally a fact. Like I cannot be employed on a regular job. So I found streaming and then, from there, eventually I found OnlyFans. It took a long time to do that. It took a lot of effort. It took a lot of effort to be strong enough to do sex work in general, like camming and OnlyFans. Like, I'm still working on the video production part, and that goes for YouTube as well. Like, I'm still working on the music production part. I mean, the video production part. It's a lot of effort, which is why I got a GoPro, because I want to go out in the world and kind of like learn how to like scout out areas and take like B-roll and shit like that. Like I want to do like content creation, and it goes beyond what kind of content it is. It's just whether it's adult content, whether it's regular content. I don't care. Like I just want to make good stuff. Like, I just want to be like really good at something. And I've never really found anything like that in my life. Like, I know I have talent. Like, if you're going to say talent as like, I have like a spark inside of me, and I know that like I can apply it, and I have applied it. Like, I've literally gone to college where I was in the music building for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week, practicing on top of rehearsals, which were multiple hours. I had homework, music theory homework, and I had practice in the practice room from 1 to 3 hours a day. At one point, I was practicing my clarinet in the practice room, doing dedicated practice, which is different than performing, doing dedicated practice for 3 hours a day in 1 hour sections. That was insane. I can't believe I actually lived like that. It makes sense though, because I was like avoiding my mental health. And when you're avoiding your mental health, you do things that are crazy. Like, you do crazy cool things, which is why whenever I see like a super talented person, I try to have a little bit of empathy for them. Because I know that like often like people who struggle with mental illness will find some kind of outlet for it. And I know that firsthand. Is, you need some kind of outlet for it. This is terrible. Ugh. Everything about going back to college? I do want to go back to college. I miss it so much. I just miss working with people. I want to work with people. But unfortunately, I just can't. I can't cut it. I just end up burning out really quickly now. It's gotten harder as I gotten older. I mean, it's autism. I'm trying to fight it. I'm trying to get better. I go to therapy every week. So I can have a chance of a chance. Like, I just want a chance to live life, Like, I don't feel like I'm really living. College student can get discounts at certain places. Yeah, exactly. I did get financial aid when I went to college because I'm so poor. Like I said, right now I'm going through a huge medical journey, and I have facial feminization in a month, and I have my vaginoplasty in November. So I can't really go to college until those have all healed. Like, it's gonna be tough, okay? It's been a fucking tough ride. I feel like the past 3.5 years of my life have been like frozen in time, but it's not frozen in time. If that makes any sense. Like, I just feel like I've just put myself into a prison sentence. The only difference is I'm coming out the other end like a lot better. And it's not super terrible. I don't even know what prison's like. I don't want to. I'm not a criminal. I don't belong in prison. There's people who need rehabilitation. I am doing that on my own volition, preventatively. I don't think I was ever at risk of being like a criminal, but like I was going down a really fucked up path for a long time, actually. I'm really glad I got out of it. I'm really fucking glad I got out of that fucking mental illness. It was really fucked up. Where's the spatula? No, where's the thing? I had a scoop thing. Oh, what are they called? Dustpan. I had a dustpan. Where'd it go? Wait, did I not get it? I'll just use the other one. I am writing a book. I've been writing a book, but it's I'm still in the middle of living it, and I kind of want to. I'm documenting things here on stream right now. This is literally part of the process. Literally part of it, a huge part of it actually. I've been documenting my transition since I started. I started streaming a few months before I started transitioning. And of course, that streaming activates a lot of deep-seated mental health issues. I don't think streaming in and of itself causes brain damage. Well, I mean, anything can cause brain damage. What I mean is I don't think it causes mental illness. I think it exacerbates current mental illness, which in a way kind of makes it a lot more straightforward. And then if you're willing to do the work, to go to therapy and do the work, it's actually really helpful. Streaming can be really tough, but I think having an outlet to have a place where you can workshop your own life, even though it's not the best content, but I think it's really good for people. Like, I think it's really good for the individual, even though it's not really the best content. Because, I mean, most of my content is just me documenting my life. Although maybe you can call that content. I don't know. All I do know is that I think I have the longest transition timeline on YouTube. And that was only a 1-year timeline. I had a 24-hour clip collection from my Twitch. A 24-hour collection of clips. 24 hours of clips, and that was only the first year of transition. So if I combine clips from all my VODs of like between then and now, like who knows how many fucking hours of, I mean, obviously all the VODs entirely. Like I have like the literally longest fucking time lapse of transitioning because I've like documented like everything. I've documented everything. And I feel like that's important to do, even though I don't necessarily know the value right now. But I think it's important for me to do. And I don't know for sure how much impact I've had in a positive or a negative way. I have no idea exactly how positive or negative an impact I've had on the world already. Like, who knows how many people I've like helped. I have no idea how many people I've helped. And I'm going to keep trying to help people. And who knows? Maybe I can have a career out of something that I'm working on, but at the very least, I know I'm working on myself, regardless of whatever it might happen or might not happen with career. Career's separate from my personal health. And that's why I don't think streaming's a career. I think streaming could be a part of your career, but that's a different career. I think streaming is just a medium. It's just a genre. It's just a tool. It's something that you can use to create, you know, it is what you make it. It's like, you know, like some people say, like, streaming's not a job, it's a lifestyle. And that's true. Like, it's just something you do. It's not a job, it's something you do. And sometimes something you do can be a job for some people, you know, if they have that kind of position. What would you study if you went back to college? I would get back into music. And well, actually what I want to do before I get back into music, I probably will do like, I probably will get into music, but not as much as I was before. I think I'm going to take maybe like one class just to get back into it. But what I'm also going to do is I want to take acting classes. I want to take dance classes like ballroom and salsa dancing. And I want to join up like improv groups and stuff like that and be a lot more social than I was. Because when I went to college, I just focused only on music. I was always in the music building. I only talked to other musicians who were just as crazy as me. Like we were there all day. There was probably only about like maybe like a dozen of us that were like hardcore music majors. Like we were there all fucking day. Like that was our life from the end of 2000, like from 2015 until 2018. Like that was my life. Like I lived in the music building. But yeah, I'm definitely writing a book. I'm also writing novels. I also write short stories. I also write blog articles and essays. but I'm really bad at it right now. Like I said, it's really hard to do anything productive with the shit that I've been going through with my life. I need to recognize the difficulty of it. Like if I don't recognize the difficulty of what I've been going through, I like I need to understand that what I'm doing is like a really fucking hard thing to do. This is not a fucking normal thing to do. Like, I mean, it is normal, but like it's not like a trivial thing. Like this is actually a hard thing. Transitioning at all, even just the medical part of it is hard. There's a lot of ups and downs, and there's a lot of fucked up things that happen. Okay. And then there's also the way the world treats us, which is really fucked up. But nothing I can really do about that. Like I said, I want to do my part. Like I really want to do my part to try to help the world. Like I want to help trans people in a way that only I can. And I don't know if it's going to be very particularly helpful or at all, but I'm going to try. Because, if I can build a career where I can get big enough to be able to have an impact, a positive impact on the world, I already am having a positive impact. But if I can actually contribute to like real material gains for trans people through like monetary like programs, like I want everybody who's transgender, who knows that they need transgender medicine, including surgeries, to have complete access to it, like free of charge, like I have. It's hard enough even with it without having to pay for it. Like it's hard enough. Like why do people also have to save up tens of thousands of dollars or deal with insurance and shit like that? Why can't they just, go, they could like, sign up, like, I guess it would just be a private insurance, because the way I would do it in order to like, avoid, fraud and shit like that, is I would probably basically create my own private insurance company, basically, and just provide the insurance to anybody whose doctor refers them. Like if you have a doctor that refers you for transgender medicine, 100% paid for by my insurance company that I'll start. It's like literally going to be the sole purpose of the insurance company will be for transgender medicine. And it's really going to just be a charity. I don't know how that's all going to work legally. I'd probably have to have a lawyer to do that. But, you can't do that without money. Okay, so I need the money part. But I first need to take care of myself. And that's really kind of what I'm working on, one step at a time. But if I'm going to think like long term, that's what my goals are. Like I don't want anybody else to it's already, like I said, it's already hard enough with the kind of access I have. Like with the kind of healthcare I have, which is 100% cared for, I do have to pay for electrolysis, although I did just get a letter, that's saying that it's medically necessary, although I'm really not holding my breath on that. It's only $100 a session, so it's not terrible. Like once a month, and I need like maybe like 2 or 3 more, but I'm gonna do 6 total if possible, because I already did laser, and you really only need like 6 to 9 months of combined laser and electrolysis. I just want to make sure everything's fucking gone before I go in for that surgery. All the fucking hair that's going to be in there, because you can never do it again. Like once they do once the doctor does the surgery, I won't be able to get hair removal again. And if hair grows inside your vagina, it creates all sorts of health problems and really bad odors. And I don't want to have a smelly pussy, okay? It's not something I've worked way too fucking hard to have a smelly pussy, okay? I want a fucking beautiful pussy. It's going to be beautiful. Like I've seen my doctor's work. Like people have literally posted it on Reddit. Like I've seen his work. He is extremely consistent. Every single one of his patients has like said nothing but like fucking positive results. People have actually posted the pictures of the results. And even right after surgery, when everything's fucking crazy swollen, fucking beautiful vaginas. Beautiful fucking vaginas. So I won the lottery. Like I won the fucking lottery as far as like my transgender health care. I won the fucking lottery. But how come only poor people in California can do that? I have to live in poverty in order to get this. Nobody should have to live in poverty just to get a life-saving health care. That's my goal in life. But I want to target transgender medicine because that's very, very focused, and it's my demographic. So like feel lightheaded all of a sudden. So yeah, this is some crazy cleaning. And you have no idea how bad it is out there. Oh shit, a Binding of Isaac remix. If I wanted to describe what my stream is, if I want to like say what category of like what archetype of streamer I am, I'm the streamer that streamers watch. I think that's the role I fill. Like I'm not like I'm not super appealing to mass audiences, but I feel like people who are like super mega streamers could probably like relate to me because I've gone through a lot of struggles that might have correlations. I have no idea, but I've gone through a lot of struggle that I think like even though I'm not famous, I think like obviously I have no idea what fame really feels like. I've had like hate raids, but that's not really fame. That's just a couple hundred people harassing me, but I do feel like I'm that kind of person. Like I feel like I'm the streamer that streamers watch. Maybe I already am. Who knows? For all I know, all the top Twitch streamers right now, like XQC, Amaranth, OTK members, like all that, for all I know, they've been my viewers since day one. For all I know. Or at least like for a long time. Like some of my moderators might even be famous people. You never know. That's the cool thing about streaming, and your viewers are so anonymous, you have no idea who they are. It's kind of crazy. It takes some getting used to. I try not to adjust my content based on who might be watching. Although if you get a giant raid from like a super mega streamer, he's probably going to be feeling different. But honestly, like, I don't know, if you're a streamer, you know, DM me on Discord. Rebecca Lauren 9580 or hashtag Rebecca Lauren number 9580. If you're a streamer, DM me. We can talk. I won't leak it. My lips are sealed, and I don't know if that's something somebody can trust, but if you're willing to try to let me earn that trust, I might surprise you. I'm always open to talk, and I keep things. If things told me in confidence, I don't leak. If somebody says don't leak this, I don't leak it. I had spoken to Frank Hassel one time, and then I permanently blocked him. Yeah, that was a really fucked up video. Yeah, he bullies people in public. I do have to like. What's interesting though, his other videos only got. I don't want to like say that's a good thing that he made it or whatever, but it kind of did teach me a lot about myself, and it did teach me a lot about how to deal with haters. So I mean, I guess like Frank Hassel made me, whatever. He's a piece of garbage anyway. Like, I don't think Frank Hassel made me. I think I made me. I dealt with him. I got a lot of hate from that. And I still do sometimes. Sometimes people, I think it's only from people who are already unreasonable. I think reasonable people kind of like, they might see that. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you think about me. But I mean, you know, like obviously you're here talking to me. You've obviously seen that like I'm not the kind of person that I was painted out to be. And reasonable people understand that. And that's really all that matters. I don't care about the unreasonable people. They're fucking losers. All they do is like they're Nazis, and they like fucking go on 4chan. They're probably fucking pedophiles. Like they're like racist. They're misogynistic. They probably love Andrew Tate and want to suck his dick. Like these people are not good people. They're not people that you want to like you. In fact, it's kind of a good thing that they hate me. I don't want them to like me. Yeah, that's true. My to be honest, my worst moments were way before streaming. It was when it was just me and the people who backed me in a corner, and I didn't deal with it too well, and I really fucked up too. But I'm autistic, and I was kind of backed into a corner. So I keep trying to like say that I do try to take responsibility, but then like I'm also reminded that I was literally the victim. Like, and what people do is they convince you that you're the problem. This is what people do. People who bully you and harass you, they convince you that you're the problem, and you actually believe it. And it's not true. Like, it's not true that I'm the problem. I did have problems, but I'm not the problem. Although I do take responsibility. So it's not like I'm just like blaming everyone else. And a lot of people don't quite understand that, unfortunately. And that's the hard part about having this like autistic brain that I have. It's unique to me. It's not even like every autistic person is different. So it's like, it's a unique brain. And I like I was saying earlier, I lost track, but basically what autism is there's a part of your brain that processes dopamine, and it's supposed to clear dopamine out of your brain. Like there's a functioning neurons like network. There's a functioning set of neurons in your brain that are supposed to be coded to clear dopamine from your brain. And autistic people don't really have that. And so basically you're flooding your brain with dopamine anytime you do something. And the thing about dopamine is if you get so much in your brain, you keep needing to like up the anticipation. And at a certain point you just burn out because you can't keep increasing. Like I have to keep ramping up. It's like microdosing. I have to like microdose dopamine, if that makes any sense. Is what autistic people have to do in order to recover from it. Because it's not in and of itself a disability. It's basically, it's a disability because the world, depending on how it affects you, can make it into a very bad disability. Or you could be perfectly okay, especially if you had a particularly a lot of luck growing up. And maybe you like my dad, I'm pretty sure he's autistic, but like he did really well in school. He like did really good at work. He like joined the Marines. Like I think like with him, it wasn't a problem. Like he applied it in a way that made it work. Like I mean, like I don't know, like 400 years ago, if you churned butter, like if that was your only job was to work at a farm, your home farm, and the only thing you had to do all day was churn butter. Like being autistic doesn't fucking matter for that. But interacting with people on a daily basis, where you have to constantly adjust things, it's really hard. And what's really fucked up is that the things that I most want to do in life are probably the most difficult things to do. The difference is the things I want to do are performance mode. And I like to think of like grind mode and performance mode. And in grind mode, you go to work, you clock in, you go home. And you can apply that to the school and stuff too. Like you go to classes, you study, you do the homework. But performance mode is where you actually put everything that you've worked on to a very specific task. And it might be really hard, but you might get really good at it and easier. But what happens is you don't do it for like a long period of time. You do it for a very focused, controlled burst. And that's what I love about performance. That's why I love music. That's why I love acting. That's why I love streaming and YouTubing, and why I like OnlyFans. And it's why I like camming. Like I like public speaking. Like it's just who I am. And so that's why, it's why it sucks so bad that it's so impossible to make it in this industry. Because it's like the number one thing that like matches me perfectly since I was like 6 years old. Like I've always needed people to pay attention to me. When I was young, it was really toxic. But like I've always needed to show people what's inside of me, what my potential is. I've always wanted to like just expand what's possible. And I've never really made it happen. And now I feel like it's a lot of work and it's a lot of uncertainty, but I feel like I'm making it happen now. That's the difference. Is it might suck, but at least it's happening, right? Like, I mean, I made $107 today for like 2 hours of work. It's $50 an hour. I don't really think of it that way. It's not good to think of it that way. Content creation, you're thinking, like I said, it kind of builds up over time. It's like interest, or it's like a savings account. Like every time you do something, it like puts a little bit more into it, and it compounds over time, and you build that up, and you become established. Is kind of what I noticed. And I've heard a lot of like streamers specifically, because I'm in this space, regardless of what people might think, and regardless of how small I am, like maybe like 1 to 3 viewer Andy, like I'm still in the space. Like I'm literally in the streaming space. I'm in the discords. Like I talk to the viewers, like I talk to people in those discords, like in the voice chats. Like I go into XQC jungle and I go into the voice chat and everybody knows me. Like I mean, that's something beyond content creation. That's like a community thing. And I think it's more important than the job part. Because I mean, if you can't be a part of the community, then this space isn't really for you. Because I feel like streaming, like this space, is a lot more communal. It's a lot more real, and even though it's obviously entertainment. But I feel like, you know, there's a lot more people involved, and we're all kind of similar. I feel like we're all the same person. Like I can relate. Like obviously, you could call it parasocial, but when I look at content creators like XQC, I don't see a person that like I like I like want to be like. I mean, I respect him like as a content creator. I don't see him as like somebody I want to be friends with, although that might be possible. Like if we met, I would have to meet the person, but I don't know that because all I see is his content. I also what I see is like I see content creators as professionals that I can kind of see and listen to and learn from, and also maybe relate to. I think that's not what people mean when they say parasocial. I think it's kind of lost its meaning, just like when people say words like Nazi or fascism or whatever, like, or communism even. Like when people say certain things enough, it kind of loses its meaning. And I kind of feel like real parasocial is like when you're like you believe that this person, if you give them more money, that they're going to be your friend, that you're actually going to like meet them and stuff like that. Like, no, the only way you're going to meet them is in a professional setting, and that's at best. And from there, that's it. You know, once you get there, that's different. Like I'm talking about like for like any people like me, and actually no, not people like me, people who don't even make content, like just just viewers, right? Just fans. I feel like there's different stages that people go through with parasocial stuff. And I feel like there is a healthy way to enjoy content and learn from it. And I also think that in the streaming space, especially, you got to be really careful with this because it doesn't mean like, you know, you can relate to people, but it's actually like, I literally don't know what that person's experience is. All I can do is listen to them, and I'm filtering that through my own experience. So I'm kind of like, I actually don't know like how XQC feels about things, or like how like all these content creators feel about things. All I know is what they've said publicly on their streams or on their other content. And so it's like what I can do is I can say, well, I'm in this space too. Like obviously I'm not at the same scale, but like I kind of understand that like there's kind of an unspoken like kind of I don't want to say the word bond, but like James Bond. Like there's kind of like an unspoken kind of like camaraderie in streaming that I don't really see as much in other industries. Like with Hollywood especially, like you just see a bunch of people who are spoiled celebrities going through extreme mental health problems, and instead of dealing with them, just further going down the rabbit hole of toxicity. And then sometimes you see some really healthy people in there too, but it's not very like, it's just very distanced. And I do know that there still should always be that professional distance. Like if I'm at XQC, it would probably be either as a fan, and you know, unless I was bigger than him, then, or as big as him, then you know, I wouldn't call him a colleague. But like let's say like I wouldn't be his friend. I would just be somebody who worked with him, right? Like friendship is a completely different ball game. You can't aim for that. That's just something that happens. Just like relationships. I don't know why people see, there's so many people out there, they say like, oh, how do I get a girlfriend, or how do I get a boyfriend? And it's like nothing you do is really, I mean, obviously you have to be a decent human being. You have to have basic hygiene and shit like that, and not be a shitty person. But like in the end of the day, someone's either going to be attracted to you or they're not. And like nothing you do is going to change that, because it's not about you. It's never been about you. You already know what your feelings are, but that person doesn't feel that way. And so it's like you kind of have to recognize that. And that being said, it's the same as friendships. Like you're not going to get along with everybody, and you're not going to be friends with everybody. You might get along with people, and you might work with them, you know, but like it doesn't mean you're going to be like close friends with them. And honestly, you shouldn't, and especially in this space. You have no idea what people are capable of. You don't know who the people are. You have to build that rapport outside of the stream, and that is most likely not going to happen for most people. And I really do feel like people should try to have a little bit more introspection instead of trying to find some hero, quote unquote, to like worship. And you see that with any content creator. And it's a little bit different as a female content creator. It's a little different for me too, because I have a transgender body type, trans feminine body type. And there's the stigma around being transgender. It's a little different than other women. Although at some point, I don't think there's really, I don't really think there's a functional difference at a certain point. Like honestly, like I think even already, most people just see me as like a woman, and I have a little bit of a masculine. I have a masculine face, but I'm getting that worked on in a month. Like I'm getting that worked on. Like it's gonna change, and I'm changing my penis into a vagina. Like that's gonna change. And I really don't. I feel like over time, especially since people are gradually kind of figuring it out too, and like equality is kind of happening very slowly, nowhere near where it needs to be. But I feel like that's not really something that's like unique to any demographic. It's different depending on who you are. But like there's always going to be people who are like trying to worship you. Like they have like every single day of their life they absorb your content. And I've been trying to understand this, and I feel like we're in the arc in the Twitch sphere and like the streamer sphere right now, in the streamer space. What I'm noticing is I feel like all the streamers are getting tired of their chat being unhealthy. Like I feel like I mean I noticed like Ludwig, like he even said like in a clip recently, he's like, you know, if you guys act like this on stream, he's worried that they're going to act like that off stream. And he feels like he's partly responsible. Obviously he's not legally responsible, but it's being legal and being, something could be legal and be wrong and vice versa. But I feel like there's some responsibility that people are owning. I don't think they should ever be pressured to. I don't think content creators should be required. I don't think someone should be canceled for not doing something above and beyond. Like doing something above and beyond is just that. It's supposed to be above and beyond the normal baseline. So it's like, why is that like required just because you have like 80,000 viewers? But I do feel like we're in that kind of arc right now, like the mental health arc, especially since COVID. Yeah, more accepting future. That is happening. And actually, I'm more worried about DeSantis, but I don't know enough about that. You might have to ask Hassan about that. I don't really. There's so much going on in my life. I can't look at the news. I look at the headlines and I kind of see the big sweeping things. If something really super important goes on, I'll read the article and then maybe I'll watch a video from Hassan or Destiny about it. Destiny is going through a really fucking psychotic arc right now. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I know what I think I know what he's doing. Like, I think he's literally setting himself up as a straw man. But I might be being too charitable. Like, he wants to be that crazy blue-haired leftist, but then be extremely edgy like the right-wing people. Because I think his audience now from YouTube, he's collected all the freaking super right-wing people. And so I think he's trying to do something with that. I don't know if he's too much in the sauce to see it, that what he's doing is actually really toxic. But who knows? Maybe he actually is doing good. If he's gonna fix all those super right-wing people, I don't, as long as he doesn't like harm people, like, he's just obviously, making content like that and spreading it around. It does have, there is a problem, but who knows? Like, maybe he is going to be effective. Maybe he's going to jostle their brains and they're going to figure shit out. Maybe that's what he was trying to do. I mean, maybe that's what he's trying to do. I don't know if he's doing it, but I think I think he believes that's what he's doing. That's my assessment of a situation that I don't know everything about. I've only seen like Destiny, some videos, mostly only stuff. I mostly only watch Hassan and Vosh and Destiny if they're covering trans rights issues. because they're very, very, very knowledgeable on it. And I say this as a trans person, and I know that a lot of trans people argue with that, but I'm right and they're wrong. So, and the source is because I told you so. Is because I say so. You know. I'm way more worried about DeSantis, because Trump at least is like a fucking moron. And at this point, I almost think he, like, I don't know, like, he's fucking weaseled his way out of the law so many times. You can only do that so many times. At some point, the law is going to catch up to you. If you continually break the law, you continually try to like cause problems, eventually it's going to catch up to you. And I think Trump's going to, I mean, I don't know. Unfortunately, it doesn't always work that way. We want it to, but it doesn't always work that way. Would you date another trans person? I don't know about date, but I would definitely want to have sex with another trans woman and a trans man as well. I've definitely jacked off to trans women a lot. But meeting someone is very different than lusting after someone. I mean, it's all for fun. It's entertainment. And porn is fine, by the way. I think people, the way you consume porn is what matters. Because I love making adult content, and I want people to watch it. I want people to fucking have healthy libidos and like sex lives. Like, I want people to exercise their desires, and I can do that for them. And maybe I convert a few people who were transphobic. Who knows? In fact, I've had a few people who were like, "You're the first person I've ever jacked off to who's trans," and it's kind of empowering. I can kind of shepherd them in. Like, shepherd them into accepting trans people. One cum shot at a time. I don't know if I could actually have a long-term, like, serious relationship with a trans person. I actually don't know. I don't like to, like, decide things before they happen. But I honestly don't think I could. I've already gone through the transition stuff. I don't want to have someone else going through it too. I don't know if I could handle that. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to judge things before they happen. I also don't want to cut myself off from experiences. But I would definitely want to try being with another person if there was a spark. If it was someone I was attracted to and it looked like it was going to work out somehow. Men sexually is more fixed than they think, fluid than they think. Yeah, definitely. In fact, I think gender is more fluid than people think too. But it is a bimodal reason for a reason. Cisgender people are way more on one side. And then trans people are like on the opposite side. And then non-binary people are somewhere in between, and they kind of fluctuate. And the thing with sexuality, I'm pansexual, so if I like something, it's because I like it, not because of any gender or anything. Like I'm just attracted to the person. That's all I care about. And it took me to transition to learn that. Unfortunately. But actually fortunately, because I'm way happier. But unfortunately, what I meant by unfortunately is that, like, I never really felt like I could express my sexuality until I started living as a woman. Because I never felt safe or comfortable expressing my sexuality as a man. Man, quote unquote. Oh, oops. Okay. It's like making sure. I was like, has it been staring at the fucking... Because sometimes my medication, like, obviously medication will have, like, I don't know, my full name has already been leaked. I mean, I literally have my full name right here. like I literally have my full name here. So wait, how do I? Oh. I can't do it this way. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Kind of. Yeah, I think men are way more sexual than they want to think, but you also have to understand consent matters. And I think men understand consent probably more than anybody, but they don't get it. They don't know they do. Like, I think men understand consent really fucking well. If you want to, don't test it, obviously. But if you go up to your guy friends and you start grabbing their ass or grabbing their dick, they're gonna have a problem with it, most likely. They might even puff out their chest and they might threaten to hit you. Like the way they respond to lack of consent is sometimes really disproportionate. And maybe I think what it is, I think they're like afraid of like they might be gay or something. And it's like, why? What's wrong with being gay? Like, if you're a guy, what's wrong with being gay if you're a girl? Like, what's wrong with being gay, period? Or trans? Like, what does it matter? Don't you want to be happy? It's like, I feel like once people start to figure that out, like, I really feel like they start to be happy because it's like they get rid of all that bullshit. They layer themselves in bullshit. And I know this because that's what I did. Too many rules. Yeah, it's like, why do you have to create so many barriers for yourself? Like I a lot of men are able to get past that, and especially nowadays, things are a lot more. I think men and women, um, whether you're cisgender or transgender, I feel like nowadays, like there's a trend going on there's like an upward trend of like people just not giving a fuck. I think it's just like life's too short to be unhappy. I think people are figuring it out. I really do think there is hope for humanity. Some people are doomers. I really don't. This has just been history for tens of thousands of years. Humankind has gone through this so many times, and it's going to happen again, and it's going to probably get a little bit better each time. Sometimes it might get worse. Who knows? But I really do think that there is an upward trend towards just self-acceptance, and you can't accept other people if you haven't accepted yourself. So once you accept yourself, it's so much easier to accept other people, because then it's like you're not trying to find excuses. And I feel like when people get angry and have bad interactions with people, I don't know. And a problem with eating an apple, I was really lightheaded. The problem with eating an apple is it gets stuck in my teeth. Okay, it's very hot. Jeez. Uh, gonna let that cool down. I was just testing it. Nothing against trans men. Yeah. Presenting as masculine. Oh damn. I mean, I don't know. People aren't. That's pretty fucked up. But I also kind of understand. I don't want to defend this person, but I also kind of understand that, like, maybe the person stole money from you to get surgery. Who knows? This is why I want to help people get transgender medicine. I honestly, that's a very shitty thing to do. I don't know if that person was actually trans. I don't like to like gatekeep whether or not people are trans or not. That person might just be like, gender fluid or whatever. I don't know. I mean, it's your story, so I don't really know. 'Cause, Like, I don't think that has anything to do with their gender. Like, whether they're trans or not. Like, even if they weren't, even if they were or weren't, I don't like gatekeeping. If somebody says they're trans, that's it. Like, that's it. Like, they're trans. Like, that's what makes you trans. Like, saying you are. But, obviously, people can lie. But, I'm not going to assume they are. There's bad people, but not everybody's bad. And it's better, I think it's better to assume good intentions until proven otherwise. With anybody. Yeah, I think yeah, there's it's just really fucked up about the overheating. Like the camera overheating is really fucked up. Like I thought it was supposed to be like an action camera where you could like bring it out and like do a bunch of stuff. But like it has this overheating problem. Like what the fuck? It might be because I don't have a micro SD card in it and I need to do the firmware update. That might be it. That might fix it. Well, what just happened? Why did my webcam break? What? I think people get experiences like that. Like I don't think it's unique, New York. I don't. I, I don't know. Like what the fuck? Like nothing's wanting to work. Yeah, a lot of people I think might have experiences where like a specific person of a demographic did something bad. And so instead of like understanding that like people can be bad, they just think that everybody in that demographic is bad. Like they'll see like, oh, like, I got robbed by a black guy. So anytime they see a black guy, they get scared. And it's like, dude, like do the introspection, like do the work, because you're not allowing yourself to heal if you just blame somebody based on their something that's immutable, like their color, their skin, or their gender. I mean, their gender is kind of complex because it does shift, but I feel like that shifts for everybody because not people when you're 18, you don't feel the same way as you do when you're 28. Like 10 years changes you and changes your identity. And we change our identity our whole lives. So literally everybody really does understand trans people. They just don't want to admit it. Because literally everybody goes through this. It's just they don't go through our specific medical needs. I don't know what's going on. What the fuck? Do I just need to restart the computer? Ugh. I think it just keeps unplugging. Damn it. Just taking a break. We did a lot. Now we gotta put everything back. I took out the garbage. I got all the garbage off though. I got all the garbage off. Yeah, I don't know. I think once people start to figure that part out, I think it's easier for them. I've noticed. Like once people figure out that like, and this goes for both people, like for trans people as well. Like once people start realizing that you being trans doesn't make you specifically unique. It does, but like as far as like stuff that happens to us, it does influence a lot, like especially our life experiences. So you always remember that part. I think sometimes people have this huge black and white thinking. And it's a problem because like people are like, "Oh, why are trans people always so angry?" It's like everybody has that kind of stuff. It's like, well, something that's like different is that it affects us differently. Like it's the same problem, but it has a different effect. And I think a good comparison is like what happened with all the deep fake stuff. It's like obviously a lot of guys out there were like, "What's the big deal? Like I don't have a problem with that." It's like, yeah, that's keyword is you don't have a problem. And I think that's like a huge wake up call for some people. Obviously, some people double down on their bullshit, but I feel like it's a huge wake up call for some people. They realize that like, oh, my experiences are different than others. And then it starts to click. You start to realize that like, oh, just because I'm okay with certain types of behavior doesn't mean everybody else is. And then you can start to really look inside and see like, analyze your behavior a little bit more. And it takes a lot of work, and most people don't want to do the work. And that's really what the problem is. We're probably not going to get to the backpack part of the stream. We're going to have to finish cleaning. Yeah, I really want to figure out that overheating problem. Because I would like to be able to use my camera for like hours at a time. God, and this one's being disconnected. I think it's the USB cord. I mean, it keeps on coming out. It also means it's not going to be too tight and ruin the cord or whatever, but... Yeah, I mean, there's just shitty people everywhere, though. Like, I just feel like I think some people just might take that to heart too much if they're like from a specific demographic, and I think I think that like I don't know you, but like it sounds like you kind of recognize that. I don't think that's what you were trying to say at all. And I'm not also saying that you're getting defensive, but it kind of reminded me, like, because you said oh, shit. What the hell? Why is the webcam continually going out? But I noticed this thing. A lot of the cisgenders or whatever. I noticed some things about like what cisgender people will say is a lot of people. I don't want to like explain people's experience for them, but I feel like they're not understanding what's happening. And I understand why they get hurt and why they get defensive. Because they'll say like, oh, like I forgot what I was gonna say. And they're like, oh, why are you calling me cisgender like it's a slur? And I'm like, I'm not. But I understand why somebody might feel that way because when we say like, oh, but you're a cisgender hetero person, you don't understand. I'm literally just saying that like you don't know what it's like. Like, so why are you trying to explain my dysphoria to me? You don't know what it's like to have gender dysphoria. I do. I'm the expert. Me and other trans people, we're the experts, and we're the people that nobody's listening to. And this kind of circles back to what I was saying earlier. This is why, like, I personally give credit, and I think I give Hassan, Destiny, and Vosh are three like high level political streamers, like high viewership political streamers that get it right on the mark on a lot of points. And I say this as a transgender person with life experience as a transgender person and as a woman. So like if a lot of trans people on the internet like to hate people like that. They like to hate Hassan or hate Destiny or whatever, which is fine. You don't have to like someone or whatever, but like don't you can't disagree that they know a lot about the subject. They're very educated about it. And they're saying the things that I better than I could, but I agree with it. And it'd be nice if I could be in the space and kind of fill in some of the gaps, but I have to earn that. I have to get myself up there because that's my goal. Is I want to be the trans person that actually has a say in things. Like that's my goal in life. I want to be the trans person that fixes it. Obviously, it's not one person that's gonna fix it, but do you know what I mean? Like I want to be the one in the space that opens up the door for other people. And it was not Keffels. I thought Keffels is the starting point. It's the seed. Keffels is not the answer. I don't know if I'm the answer. Maybe I can. Maybe I can get up there. Maybe I can do something. But that's kind of my goal. That's the goal. I don't know if I can achieve it. But I want to be the trans person that's in the space and not like a super social justice warrior, not trying to cancel everybody, not trying to get people banned, not trying to do some bullshit and stirring up drama, not some bullshit Destiny bullshit. I just want to be a transgender person in the space that's succeeded and is able to give other people a voice. Like, I don't know if that's like possible, but I'm going to have to try. And I only have one life to live, And only time will tell. And obviously, it's not just about streaming. It's not even just about YouTubing or content creation on the internet in general. Like, I want to transcend, I want to transcend the internet. Like, I want to go. People are what matters to me. Internet is just a one way that people connect. And what I care about is being able to interact and create good things with other people. Memories, good products, good entertainment, good education, like all sorts of different things. Like good things. I want to do good things. Yeah, I think it's this specific cable. I never use this one for the webcam, but this specific cable seems to just like get really loose and it just kind of falls out. On the plus side, it means that it's not going to ruin my camera. Like, the cable's not going to get stuck and like break something. But it easily becomes disconnected. That's the problem. But I guess it's worse than, I guess it's better than breaking the camera and having to replace it because there's no cord attached. Like, I can use multiple cords. Like, if the cord breaks, I replace the cord. But if the camera breaks, I have to replace the camera.
Sucks. I don't want to do that. Yeah, I think get the micro SD card, install the firmware update. That'll probably fix a lot of the overheating problems. And also, I think I do need to do 480p. 1500 kilobytes a second. I think that's also better for IRL anyway. 1080p is just way too fucking much. Even 2500 bitrate is like too much. Like 5000 is way too much. That overheats in like 15-20 minutes. Actually, I don't know. It went for like an hour. How long have I been live? I've been live for almost 4 hours. So yeah, like it was on for an hour each time before it overheated. So that's not terrible. But it does mean like if I'm going to be doing IRL stuff, hopefully it's like there's enough airflow or something that like cools it down. Yeah, obviously a lot of those are not really like something I have too much control over. I have control over what content I make. I have control over how much I work on my content. I have control over how much I upload, you know, like on YouTube and stuff or other websites. But you know, those are I can't control how people receive me. But I do know that people do on average really enjoy me. Oh God. How do I fix this problem? Okay, maybe if I like kind of keep it up there and have more slack and a little bit less taut. The lighting is kind of interesting right here. Like, I don't think I've ever had the, I mean, I feel like I got the lighting right. Finally. For this webcam. Like, it looks really vibrant. With the key light over on the side. I don't have a reflector though. But I do have a light over there, up here, so. Whenever I go to Pride Parade, maybe one day. I just don't really consider myself a part of that culture. Like, I'm just a person. My goal wasn't to be a LGBT person. That's not a part of my life that I wanted to have. But by being trans, suddenly I have to be a part of that community? Like, I am. Like, I literally am a part of it. But why do I have to participate in that culture? I don't want to. I just want to participate in life. And sometimes that overlaps with LGBTQ culture, but I don't want to be a part of that. I don't want to go to pride parades and fly pride parade flags everywhere. I don't want to have me being trans being the only thing that defines me as a person. I know that that's not what Pride's about. Pride's more about solidarity and all that. So that's why I'm saying like maybe I'll, in some capacity, like, it's just I don't know. As a content creator, I could like film stuff. So that's one way I'd participate. And it probably, obviously I don't want to like decide things before I've even tried them. But honestly, like, I don't really feel like I fit in the Pride culture. I just don't. Like, I'm just like a person. I'm not trying to be a trans person. I'm just trying to be me. I'm trying to be a woman. That's the whole goal for me. Like, my goal wasn't to just be different. My goal was to blend in. My goal is to just be a woman and live my life. I want to get back to my life. And I feel like I'm more equipped as time goes on, especially after transitioning. But like, I feel especially like with therapy and stuff, I am much better equipped to go get back to life. Because it's basically, I press pause. I didn't. But like, basically I press pause. And then and then I have this big giant span of time where I'm just like basically in a hospital. Not really, but like basically. And then I'm going to go like, bloop, like one day it's just going to be like, I'm just going to realize one day, like, bloop, hey, like I'm past that. It's not going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen like this, like clear way, but like, I think I really do imagine there's going to be one day where I just kind of wake up and I'm just living my life and I'm just like going throughout the day. And then something reminds me of this like 4 to 5 year process that I'm going through. And then I kind of take a step back and put perspective on it. And I'd be like, huh, like like I'm not in there anymore. Like there's going to be a point where I realize that, where I realize I'm not in this transition anymore, where I'm like actually just living my life. Like, and I am now, but there is a difference. Like I literally am like awaiting surgeries. Like most people, that's a big deal. Like if they're, especially if it's like something really serious, like gender dysphoria or cancer. Because gender dysphoria is a cancer. It's a cancer of the mind. Okay. And it hurts your body too. When you're, it carries over to your entire body, and it carries over to every way that you interact in the world. And for a lot of people, it's a very bad thing. Like it's a very bad way that we deal with it without therapy. And that's true for everyone. If you have like a mental illness, you could either ignore it and just keep hurting people and yourself, or you could do something about it. And I chose to do something about it instead of giving up. And I'm really happy that I was able to be that strong to go through what I'm going through right now. I don't really know where my life will lead, but honestly, that's how life is. It's how life is for everybody. And I'm glad that I'm getting a chance to do that. Like I actually get a chance to do that instead of like living this half life, living this like painful, self-hating life. Honestly, if you're out there and you feel like you hate your life, you hate yourself, I think it starts with like thinking like, what is this? Like, what can I do about it? And, don't start with what can I do about it. Start with what is this? Like, what is it? You have to identify it first. Identification, function, limitation, production, and application. Hi, Mahesh. How are you doing? Mahesh Kotta. Mahesh Kotta. Mahesh Kotta? Did I pronounce that right? Or did I butcher it? Is it Mahesh Kotta? Is it Mahesh Kutta? Mahesh Kutta or Kota? Kota. I don't know. Did I get it right? Kotha. Kotha? So it's Mahesh Kotha. Welcome from Facebook. Just talking about some stuff. I'm in the middle of cleaning, so I clean this whole section. My GoPro keeps overheating. I'm still working on it. I think it's really just going to be not usable as IRL until I get the SD card and do the firmware update. And I'm going to continue reading up on how to limit the overheating problem. I really do think I just have to do 480p, even though it's lower quality. Like I just think I have to do 480p because it just keeps overheating and turning off. And it just really sucks. Like a $500 camera. Well, I've been talking about myself, but it's okay. Yeah, basically, I'm a person, and I've been trying to move my life towards a direction where I feel like I can truly be a productive member of society. And I don't really think that life is different for trans people. And I think once we recognize that, I feel like we can have some real progress. Like, I feel like we can have some real progress when we can realize that, like, being trans doesn't make you anything special. You're just another human having a human experience. And until we realize that, and until we stop picking all the wrong battles on average, especially, I'm not necessarily talking about the majority of trans people. I'm talking about people on Twitter, like internet like trans internet people, like trans Twitter and trans Reddit. Like I just feel like there's this whole wasted effort of like attacking all the wrong people, attacking all the wrong things, wasting so much energy on all the wrong shit. And I don't know, maybe I can be a part of that change. Maybe I can help. And I don't really know how I'm going to do that, but I'm working on it and I see some progress. You know, I'm getting myself out there. I've had a lot of proof of concept that I'm a very good content creator. I just can't really seem to figure out some of those platforms, like YouTube, for example. It's a really hard platform. It's not easy. It's really hard to make videos. Like it is. Like it's you don't just film a video. I mostly just do streaming, which is really lazy. And it doesn't really make the best content. Which is why I want to do IRL streaming, because IRL streaming is much more exciting. It could be anyway. And I'm doing like some rollerblading and stuff. So I'm going to be doing like a lot of YouTube videos about that as time goes on. And I really want to commit to it. Like I really want to commit to it. But basically what I'm going to have to do is like I have to do super lower quality for streaming IRL, but then when I want to make, I can make 4K footage for YouTube. Like get like short like B-roll and other clips, like try to create a story. I've been watching like a lot of the videos for inline and for rollers and for quad skates. And I'm looking and I'm observing like the different styles that the YouTubers have. And I'm trying to learn from it. Like some people, they just have they have like one continuous shot and it might work for them, but for some people, they don't really tell a story. They just kind of like show something. And it's like, I'm kind of noticing that like the better videos, the better quality videos have like a story that's being told. Even if it's like not like it's not like some crazy narrative or whatever, but it's just like, you can tell that there's some kind of movement going from like beginning to end. It's not just somebody like at a skate park rollerblading. Like it's like shows them like, you know, it shows the person and like their values and like why they're skate like, but you convey that through the footage, like through the film, like you convey it. You don't say it, you show it. And you can do that so many different ways. And I'm just noticing like watching these YouTube videos, I'm like analyzing it while I'm watching it. I'm like, oh, that's why, you know, that's the kind of angle this person's going for, is they're trying to go for this kind of narrative. And like, you know, and it works for that person and it's going to be different for everyone. And I'm starting to notice that stuff. It's not about, see, it's like, you can watch like a million videos that say how to grow on YouTube. None of those are going to help you. They might tell you about cool tools, how to use OBS, how to use video editing software. Like that stuff you can learn. But in order to actually get better at making videos, you have to make videos. I never start with my thumb. You know, you notice when people start with their thumb, some people start with their pinky, like that's a little different. But some people start with their thumb. I start with my index finger. Some people start with their index finger. Some people start with their thumb. It's kind of weird. Like I use like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like the thumb is the one that like finishes it. I don't know. Some people start with the thumb. So like you have to make a lot of videos regardless. That has to happen. But B, you have to, I don't know if it means anything. It's just a habit I think people pick up. I think it's just a certain way people behave. Like they either start with the thumb or they start with the index finger. Some people might start with the pinky. There's got to be that one person that has that starts with the pinky. They're like 1, and then they're like 2, and then like 3, 4, 5. Like why? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? But like you have to make a ton of videos. Nothing is gonna change that. And B, you have to watch a lot of videos in the genre that you're making and analyze them. It's not about watching some random video by some like 100 subscriber Andy telling you how to grow on YouTube. What you do is you watch the people who grew on YouTube, and they're not going to tell you what they did. They're going to show you what they did. And you're the one who has to look for it. Germans start with a thumb? Huh. I think it's cross culture, but that's interesting. Welcome to the stream, the 33rd Revolution. What is that? I have to Google it just in case, so I know if I have to ban you or not. Oh, it's a SoundCloud. It's a band. Okay. Oh, it's a podcast. Okay, it's not like a... Okay, I have to be really careful with people's names, and I need to know if I need to ban someone or not, because sometimes like names will have like some kind of meaning or like whistleblower kind of thing, especially with like Nazis and shit. So I've had Nazis come to my channel, so I have to be really careful. It's nothing about you. I hope you don't take it personally. It's just when I saw your name, I have to Google it because I don't know what that is. And I've also heard about things like Third Reich, so it's like in my brain, I'm like jumping to all sorts of conclusions. But notice how I didn't berate you or harass you. I just informed myself. You're not the band. You're just some dude. Well, I meant like the name of the band, right? You could have been the band. Yeah, mostly I just been going through like this 3.5 year process that's still gonna go on for like at least another year and a couple months before like things start to really settle into the next chapter of my life, which I am absolutely afraid. I'm scared of, but I'm eager to get there because I just want. I'm so ready to be done with this medical part. I don't like being like a medically transitioning person. I just want to be a person, and these surgeries are the final stretch. I've already had, and also like I'm really happy. The thing is like a year ago I had an orchiectomy, and that's changed a lot of things because now I have this huge peace of mind, and there's not these things getting in the way all the time. I'm not in constant pain, and you know that alone isn't enough for me. But it was a huge deal. It was a huge deal. I don't produce testosterone from that part of my from the highest testosterone production part of a body is a testicle, or the testicles. And if you only get rid of one, the other one offsets, so they get rid of both. You should be a parrot. I should buy a parrot. Hey, Rogue Slushy. That would be hilarious. Is there a streamer that has a parrot? I wonder if there is. I'm not gonna do that. I hate birds. They poop everywhere. They're so fucking loud. Ugh. They're just like all fucking day. Like why would I want to do that to myself? Are people who own animals just like they want to be insane? Like, I mean, I guess you could say the same thing about people who have kids. I'm gonna have to get to the cleaning again. I'm just kind of resting up. I'm gonna have some food, I think, too. Yeah, let me get some food. I'll be right back. More food in Caney. The trailer is your cage and we are your handlers. What the fuck? You guys don't have any control over me. What the fuck? If anything, I'm the one handling you. If anything. Literally, like, we all have free will, so. One day we turn into our spirit animals. I don't practice my native American culture religion. Like I don't practice my Native American religion. So I don't claim a spirit animal of any kind because those are specific to certain religions of Native Americans and Native cultures. So I don't claim to know anything about what spirit animals are. There's something very special that is unique to a religion that's a secret to only people who participate in it. And I think that should be respected. I obviously people don't mean it in a very bad way, but I feel like it's something that should be like understood. We're just chilling for a bit. I'm like waiting for my GoPro to cool. It is, but like I also am kind of tired, so kind of taking a break. I'm getting some SpaghettiOs with meatballs. How was your day? It's been pretty good. We're cleaning. So I cleaned this whole area, and I all the garbage was in here. This is all the garbage. This is all the garbage that was up here. This is all garbage. And I'm going to put all this stuff back organized. I need to be careful about certain parts. I need to put stuff that's sensitive to moisture more in the center. Because against the walls, it collects water, especially when it rains. And it was just raining the past couple days, so I noticed it. And I've been trying to put these in front of the heater to dry. We'll see how they actually dry, but... Basically, I can't go to bed until I clean this. So that's kind of a good motivation, right? That's a good motivator. Like literally can't go to bed until I clean it. Gotta be careful with that. Basically just kind of trying to get stuff done. Cleaning. It's a really hard thing for me to do sometimes. But no, I really will get out of this one day. You know, all this shit that I've been working on is really gonna come together at some point. And I trust myself to be able to push through to the next level. Because that's what I do. I've literally been doing that my whole life. And so I should trust myself that what I'm trying to do is really fucking hard. If everybody could do it, everybody would. So what I'm trying to do is really fucking hard. And I think it's just, I'm putting a lot of the torment and struggle that I'm going through with gender dysphoria and transitioning. And I think sometimes I project that into other areas of my life, and I'm trying not to do that as much because my professional life is separate from that, but it's not. It's also connected. But together we ruffle our feathers and show knighthood. Rogue, I love you. You're awesome. Fly, flap your wings before it's preened. I had to grow my own wings. What are you talking about? Nobody can clip them because I grew them myself. Like, if somebody gives you wings, they can take it away. If I make my own, it's eternal. Angel science. They don't just give angel wings to everybody. You have to be able to go to hell and come back. And then you get your wings so that you can bring other people with you next time. But you still have to go back. Because, like, I don't know, like, angel mythology. Like, you gotta earn those fucking wings. Okay? Like, you have to actually pull yourself up and grow them, and it hurts. Like, I mean, imagine wings coming out of your spine, of your back. Like your back, like, imagine wings coming out of your back, of your shoulder, or however they would, I don't know how they would actually function, like, anatomically. Like, if you grew wings, how would that even work? Because with animals, their wings are, like, instead of their arms. But I guess, like, back in your, like, shoulder blades, and it would go down, like, across your spine or something. Who knows? Can we talk politics? To show camaraderie, I will flap my wings till I make it to Rebecca's trailer. Just a warning, please don't show up to my house. I will call the police. You'll know you'll know I'm here when you hear this walking of sorrow. Are you okay? Are you okay, Rogue? Or are you just being really artistic today? I didn't say autistic, I said artistic. Are you being really poetic today? Yeah, please don't show up to my house. This is my private life. Like, there's a bird that flies and it lands on my trailer, and that's like my spirit. Because I want to be free. Like, I want to go out to the world. I want to work with people. I want to meet people. I want to do good in the world. I want to spread my wings and fly. I don't want to just be stuck just doing my own thing. Even if it's not even about money. It's not about money at all. What if a literal bird shows up? One time a bird slammed itself into the window because it was constipated, and it shit all over the place. Like, it just flew into the window and into the door. It just, like, kept slamming itself up so it could poop. It was really fucking weird. I just remember hearing a bird just slam up against the fucking trailer like 3 times. Like, in like a course of like 10. That was you? Wait, are you a bird, Rogue? How are you typing? Are you like... You like use a beak to type each word? Can we talk politics? I don't really talk politics. What I do is I talk about my struggles, and I talk about struggles that are have somehow been roped into politics, such as like transgender medicine or transgender, trans women in sports, etc. I don't think those are political. I think political stuff is like, what laws are we going to introduce in order to, like, divvy up our tax money so that we can, like, utilize, like, services to, like, improve the country. I think that's what politics should be. Policies, policy making, politics, policy, politics, policy. Okay, like, it's about policy making. I don't know why people have roped all these other things into politics. Human beings are really fucking psycho. Okay, like, I'm a human being, so I would know. No, human beings are like so fucking psycho. Like, where the fuck did all this extra shit come in? Why is that considered politics? Why is human rights and the protection of human rights, why is that politics? Shouldn't politics be like, hey, like we need to build some bridges, or we need to build some roads, or we need to build we need to go to outer space to make factory. Like that should be politics. Like how you achieve those things, not whether or not transgender people can live. Not whether or not like people have access to life-saving healthcare like insulin or like transgender medicine or cancer treatments or a cure for glaucoma that only really wealthy people can afford. Like that Mr. Beast had to go and cure 1,000 people. Like how come these things are considered politics? Those should just be a given. Like you think you're transitioning just to be a straight man? Well, if you're willing to transition, then you are transgender. I'm gonna bet if you're not willing to go through years of torture, if you're not willing to go through years of torture, then you're probably not. I mean, you might still be trans. If you are, then hang in there, my brother. My brothers and sisters aren't always out and open. My brothers and sisters aren't always on hormones. My brothers and sisters aren't always getting surgeries. And my brothers and sisters might also not be very public. They might not be very open, or they might not be out about their being transgender, but they're all there. And some people are trans and some people aren't. But I can't answer that for you. I can only say that, like, hey, like, I'm here with you. And if, I'm here if you need help, but only like a doctor, like a medical team can really help you. And that's something that somebody has to go through themselves. There's a large part of transitioning that you have to do alone. And it sucks, but it has to happen. You have to really build yourself up from like a whole chakra kind of thing. If you're into that kind of stuff, basically transitioning is like starting here and you bring it down all the way through your whole body. It centers your whole entire being because it's a requirement. It's not even a question of whether you want to be spiritual. If you're transgender and you start transitioning in any way, you automatically have to become spiritual to do that. And I wish more people would understand that. You have to think so deeply about your identity and who you are in the universe. It's going to make you spiritual. Like, it is a spiritual experience. And I feel like there's 3 parts to being transgender. There's the spiritual part, there's the medical part, and there's the social part. You don't want to take testosterone? Yeah, well, I mean, not everybody needs to go through testosterone. But I also was scared to take estrogen. I can't tell you whether or not you should take it or not. That's something you have to figure out on your own. But if you're thinking about it, then that's something to think about. Like, it's something that you should think about, because I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't. What I'm telling you is that cisgender people don't seriously think about this kind of stuff. If you're thinking about taking testosterone, cisgender women don't think about that. And if they do, it's like fleeting. Just like how maybe cisgender men would say, oh, I wonder what it'd be like to have a vagina. Or I wonder if I was a woman for a day. Like, that's a guy pondering. Okay, that's like a fleeting little like bloop. Like that's just like, that's not being transgender. That's just people curious. But if it's day in, day out, years at a time, you're in like pain, like because you're like, I don't know what to do. Because that's what I went through. You're like, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Even if I committed to it. I didn't know at the time, because it wasn't covered by insurance. I would have had to spend like $100,000, money that I didn't have. and money that I was definitely not going to get because I was living in a homeless shelter. I was not able to transition. So that's why a huge mission in my life is to make sure that nobody has to go through what I did and what so many millions, what so many like hundreds of thousands of trans people have to go through. Like hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of people out there who just can't even get what I have right now, which is the ability to actually medically transition. And I want to make it my life's goal. Once I get my bag, well, once I get my success in life, which might take a long time, it might happen sooner than I think. I have no idea. I'm going to keep working on it regardless. But once I get my bag, I want to make a bag for everyone else who needs it. And, I'm going to focus specifically on transgender medicine because this is torture, especially if you can't, it's torture even if you have it. Even if you get the healthcare, it's still torture because you're completely like, you're tearing the version of yourself that you thought you were, and you're destroying it so that you can rise from the ashes. Okay? And it can't happen until you destroy it. You have to destroy it. And it's really hard for somebody who's like a creator. I'm a creator, not a destroyer. And I had to destroy my version of myself. It wasn't real. Okay? Like, it wasn't real. That version of myself that I thought I was. It was not real. So you have to destroy that illusion. And once you destroy the illusion, you can see what's there. You can see who you really are. That's why I think it's a very spiritual process. It's very spiritual. Like you have to really look at yourself and see who you are. And it's scary as fuck. And most people are not willing to do that. But you have to if you're transitioning. You have to. It's not even a question. It's just it's a part. It's just an integral part of it. You can't have one without the other. And once people start to realize that, I think there's going to be some serious shift in how people think about us. And we're probably like the most spiritual. We're here for a reason, and maybe we're not. Maybe it's just random luck. But if you're even going to go by the evolution model, I don't really believe in like a creator. But you could also argue that the universe around us is an algorithm that creates itself, and so that could be a higher power. I don't know. I don't think of it in a biblical sense. I think of spirituality as a very deep, much deeper thing. It's very deep. I mean, you're worried about your dating prospects? I mean, that is true. Many of the FTMs are gay. Well, I mean, I wouldn't worry about stuff like that because that doesn't apply to everyone, right? It's like saying like, oh, I don't want to rollerblade because these random people at the skate park, they're assholes and I don't want to be like them. Well, the answer is to not be like them and not hang around them. Like, right? Like you don't make decisions based on like what other people do, right? You make decisions on who you are. I can't tell you what to do. In fact, it would be very unethical for me to do. I don't know you. But if you're seriously thinking about these things, I would say go talk to a therapist. Go talk to a doctor. Somebody who has worked with transgender patients. Or at least is very like understanding of transgender patients. Like find a therapist and a doctor who has worked with transgender people. Like maybe you have friends who are, ask your friends, if you have any transgender friends, ask them who they worked with. And maybe you can get like a referral or whatever to a doctor who can help you. And they're not going to force you to do anything. They're literally just going to talk to you. That's what happens. You go there and you say, hey, I've been thinking about these things. And they're like, oh, like, tell me more about that. And then you talk about it for a while. And if it looks like you're going a certain direction, they'll offer like, okay, well, do you want to pursue hormones at this time? Do you want to start working on getting approval letters for surgeries, etc.? Like these are questions that a doctor will ask. But the doctor will not, a doctor cannot and should not do that for you. And nobody can. Like imagine if somebody came up to you and just injected you with testosterone. That's what it feels like to be a trans person, by the way. That somebody just forcefully fed you like your whole life. That there's only one way of being a person. and it doesn't align with who you are spiritually. And I feel like if more people understood the spiritual part, I think they would have a lot more empathy. I think we're here for a reason, evolutionarily. Like, I think we're actually here for an evolutionary purpose. Like, we're here to show people what spirituality is. Like, and also in history, throughout time, across many cultures, transgender people have held very high, like, spiritual positions, like healers. You know, like in India, the Hidra are seen as like a blessing, and they give blessings to newborn babies. Like, we're special, but we're not special, if that makes any sense. Like, we're nothing special. We're just here. Just like, you know, just like a bird flies. Transgender people exist, and we're here. Like, but we have a very unique angle on the world, depending on our and the thing is once you realize that, you also realize that everybody is like that, not just trans people. That we're all unique and we all have something to offer and contribute to our species. And it doesn't have to mean procreation. It doesn't have to mean becoming a famous artist. It's just every single moment in our lives we're contributing to the world around us, and we're here. I think it's really amazing. I think life is beautiful. I think more people should enjoy it, including myself, especially myself. And I think I'm getting there. And it's taking multiple years and intense medical intervention, but it will be over, and it'll be a distant memory at some point. Like, honestly, I have like at least another 35 years on this planet. And I'm already 35. So it's like I could literally live my life again. But this time I'm going to be who I really am. And I can't really explain it for anyone else. I can only explain my own experience. And everybody, they say your mileage may vary. Like, for you, you're in this place where you're questioning it. It's called questioning for a reason. And that's why transgender medicine has a lot of systems in place to allow these levels of questioning, so that you know what your path forward is. Your path forward might be, hey, maybe I just want a tattoo. Your answer might be, oh, maybe I'm a lesbian. Your answer might be, oh, I'm not a lesbian, I'm trans. Or your answer might be, oh, you're into men, but like maybe you want to find the right man. I don't know. Nobody can answer that but you. What I imagine myself doing as an old lady, I'm not going to be old. I'm going to get that aging cure that they're working on. I'm going to be 30 forever. Be right back. I got food. Not looking forward to organizing this shit. I'm procrastinating so hard. It's fine. It's fine. I gotta eat anyway. I can't imagine what I'm doing myself. I can't imagine who I will be in the future, because the future doesn't exist. So you can only imagine who you are now. And I could obviously project. Honestly, I feel like you can fundamentally change who you are as a person in 5 years. And I'm a prime example of that. Because I'm on like I'm approaching 4 years. Like, by September, it'll be 4 years that I've been actively working on changing my life. Like, you can completely fundamentally change who you are in 5 years. It sounds crazy, but it's, if you really think about it, you've done it already. So, you know, I'm just going to keep going the path I'm going. Then when I'm not like cutting it off by like chunks of 5 years. It's not like this, like, oh, now we need to do this. No, it's not like that. Like, it's like I go step by step by step by step by step. And at certain points, you can choose which step to take next. And then maybe you can choose the next step. Sometimes there's a thing called catastrophic risk. Sometimes something like this happens. And doesn't necessarily, I went down, that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. But sometimes things are forcefully changed. Like someone dies. Or you win the lottery. Like that's a fundamental change that like changes everything entirely. And you can't change it back. You can't put the genie back in the bottle. I don't know, like if you win the lottery, that's completely life-changing. And as long as you're not stupid with your money, like stupidly stupid. Like you'd have to be stupidly stupid. Like you'd have to be trying so fucking hard to be stupid. An old sleazy guy with a cigar. You want to be Andrew Tate? You'll drive my Ferrari and then go to my private golf course. Why? Why do you want this? Do you actually know what that's like? Do you actually know what that feels like? It probably doesn't feel good. You probably would just feel like you're an asshole. Honestly, it depends on the kind of person you are. But I'm imagining Andrew Tate. But I honestly, that could be good. I mean, nothing wrong with escorts. I just personally would rather do porn because it's because I mean I'm an entertainer. Okay, I prefer I would personally rather do porn than be an escort. I just, for me, like I would rather 1 million people watch than only one person experience. That's just who I am though. I mean, why do you want these things? Like, what is the root cause? Like, why do you want these? Is it like, it could be any number of reasons. There's no wrong answers, but you have to identify these things. Like, why? Obviously, I'm just giving advice based on my own experience. But like, why do people want these things? It's usually because they don't have any money and they see these things as signs of money. And then it's like, well, if I had all these things, I wouldn't have to worry about money. What you really want is you don't want to have to worry about money. Like you don't want to have to worry about losing your house or going hungry or not having the ability to pay for like an emergency medical visit. Also, baldness. I know like a lot of people say that they don't want to go bald. Baldness is like probably the height of masculinity. So it's kind of funny. I mean, it's not funny, but like everybody has their own ideas of their own gender. So it's like a lot of guys, and I think if guys thought about it this way, they would understand trans people more and gender dysphoria. Because guys have their own version of gender dysphoria and about baldness, for example. But interestingly enough, baldness is actually more masculine. So their idea of masculinity is different than what society like what society says. You see a bald guy, it's pretty obvious like most of the time. In fact, women who are balding get harassed for this and misgendered, you know, whether they're cisgender or not. Women who are slightly balding will get harassed, and men who are balding even slightly get harassed. And it has nothing to do with gender, but it really is. But I think that the reason why people get upset about it is because they have their own version of masculinity, and for some people, baldness is not a problem for them. For some people, baldness takes away their masculinity, which is ironic because taking testosterone doesn't make you bald. It's if you have a certain. Apparently, I used to think that, but I read up on it. Apparently, it's this special receptor that takes in too much testosterone. So it's not the amount of testosterone, it's the amount of testosterone that your body, that your cells convert. Yeah, there's different versions of masculinity based on culture. Yeah. So it's kind of weird to me how many people are like so insistent on there only being two genders, or that there's no way that you could be assigned male at birth but be a woman. Like, it doesn't make any sense why these people are so ready to die on that hill. Like, why? Why do you want to die on that hill? Have you ever tried, like, not? Ah, it's like a spider. Never mind. It's an ant, I think. No, I think that was a spider. And also, it's changed throughout time, too. There is no, like, there's no, like, hard set, like, definition of gender. There's only sexual organs and sexual characteristics and hormones. Like, that's all there is. And if you're in the womb, you have certain DNA that forms certain kind of combination of chromosomes, which is also not straight up, and which is not also not straightforward. And you have a certain level of a setup of chromosomes that then code to tell your body to make certain organs. And obviously, once that happens, you have to have intervention, like surgical intervention, to undo it and to change it. But, it doesn't really matter, though. Like, we start in the womb as a collection of cells, and then we grow into who we are. And then once things happen, we go one step at a time. Then certain things, like, okay, if you're assigned male at birth, like, that's unchangeable. Once it happens, you can't change that. I'm always going to be assigned male at birth. But that doesn't diminish who I am. It has nothing to do with who I am, in fact. Because it's unchangeable, and it's from my moment of conception, like, or it's from my moment of, like, forming in the womb. Like, that's literally something that's just happened. Like, it doesn't define me. It doesn't change anything about who I am. Like, we decide that on a daily basis. Everybody. We decide who we are. We decide what we want to do. We decide where we're going to go. We decide the people who are in our lives. We decide about, like, every single aspect of our lives, every single millisecond. You want to date as many women as I can? Well, that, you could do that as a woman. You could do that as a man. You could do that as a non-binary person. Just don't attach gender to things that have nothing to do with gender. I think that's a good way to know if you're trans or not. I think maybe some people confuse it. I'm not going to explain to you what you feel. And I think a lot of people might say, oh, you're not really trans because da 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 da. Or they say, oh, you're trans because da 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 da. Like, no, like, I can't tell you that. Nobody can but you. And it's confusing. It's hard. But once you get there, you're there. Like, once you're there, you can never put the genie back in the bottle. Like, because like, when you know, but not everybody knows. And I would bet there's a lot more people who don't know. But with cisgender people, it doesn't matter for them. Like, it's not a big enough deal to do something medically about for them. But I still think that they're like, we're all the same people. It's just some people need a little bit of extra effort. And some people are, like, not willing to do that, and they don't need it. They're like, I could do that, but I don't really need it. Like, for trans people, it's like, okay, well, I need that. And I'll do whatever it takes to get it. Because there is no life without it. That's the difference. That's the difference between a cisgender person and a transgender person. Because if a cisgender person says, oh, I wonder what it'd be like to have a vagina, lol. I would have sex with all my friends, like, lol. It's like, well, you can have sex with your friends now. Have you tried that? Like, why do you have to be a woman to have sex with your friends? Maybe you just want to have sex with your friends. That's something completely different. Like, why do you have to, I mean, but then you have to ask yourself, well, maybe there's something deeper. Like, maybe you can only feel comfortable expressing your sexuality as the other gender. Right? And that's kind of how like it felt for me. Like I didn't feel comfortable at all expressing my sexuality, like at all. But then I started transitioning. I'm like, oh, I actually enjoy certain things that I never thought I would enjoy. And that's okay. Like, why does it matter? Obviously, other people aren't going to think that way. I don't care about what they think. I know who I am, and I know what I like, and I know what makes me happy. I also know what makes me not want to give up on life, if you know what I mean. Um, I think I'm gonna have to end the stream. I need to clean this. I'm gonna do it myself. Next stream, if I can get the camera situation fixed up. I mean, honestly, there's no reason why I should end the stream. I still need to do this. Like, yeah, let me just leave it on. I think I need to learn how to chill. I don't have to end the stream just because. Like, I could literally just sit here. I could literally just sit here. I don't have to do anything. How's it hanging, the? We're just having conversations about identity in general. Like, what really makes us who we are? And I feel like I'm not special for being transgender, but I also think that transgender people have a unique perspective that's actually not unique, but that is like forced on us. And so we're forced to go through this spiritual process when most people aren't. There's a lot of other people who are forced to go through spiritual journeys. Like people who are victims of, childhood violence, etc. They say, oh, they're forced to grow up too fast. That kind of thing. Forcing people to go through spiritual journeys. It's not bad, but it should be I don't know. I consented to it because I knew in the long run this is all going to be worth it. So I could be happy and live my life and be productive and not be a problem for the world. It's not easy though. As many of you who may have been here for a long time know, it's not like a magical button that you press. It's just a button. And you press the button and it starts. That doesn't mean it's going to be easy. It doesn't mean it's going to be painless. But it's going to start. And I don't know. Maybe I'll be wearing this scar for the rest of my life of having to go through all this. But I really do think over time it'll just get easier and easier to deal with, because time heals all wounds. And it doesn't, but it kind of does. Because you have to do the work to do the healing, and that takes time. And time alone doesn't fix it. I think a lot of people are stuck in this idea of like, oh, if I wait 10 years, maybe I'll get better. If you don't do anything during those 10 years to make it better, then how is it going to get better? If you're playing an RPG and all you're doing is staying in town, how are you going to level up? Like, you can do all the quests in town, but what about the quests that require you to leave town? To kill monsters? Like, you're never going to be able to get out of town. Like, you're just going to stay in town forever. There are, but Rogue, about you. I know that you might be worried that like if you transition, that people aren't gonna want to date you. But I'm going to tell you right now, there's always going to be somebody who's into you. And if you know, don't put that into the equation. Whether your answer is yes or no to transition, you have to have a honest, truthful assessment of the reality. And the reality is that there's many things that overlap, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it negates it just because they overlap. But you have to figure that out. You have to figure out if those feelings overlap or if it's a different thing. And how much torture are you willing to put yourself through in order to get those goals? And it's not easy. You'd have to ask trans men about this because I don't know the experience. I literally was forced to go through male puberty as a teenager, but that's not the same as it's a different experience, just like my experience is different than going through puberty later. If you're younger, then there's talk to a medical professional, and there's a path forward. I can't tell you what that is. I literally can't. Like I don't know. I don't know what the guidelines for pediatric medicine is. But if you're an adult, I also don't know 100% of the guidelines, but I have gone through it from the other side, from male to female. So I kind of know that one. And I've talked to a bunch of FTM people. You miss supporting your girlfriend? Aw. I'm not your girlfriend, am I? Okay. I mean, please tell me this is not me. Because I'm not your girlfriend. I'm sorry. Please tell me this is a different person. I really don't want to be creating monsters, okay? I want you to be healthy, happy people, because that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, thank God. Okay, there are people out there, though. I'm not going to assume, I mean, I don't know, like, please, no, I am not your girlfriend. Sorry, me being a streamer and you watching does not make me your girlfriend. I have to be very clear about that from day one. I need to nip that shit at the bud. It's still not enough. Honestly, there's still fucking weirdos out there. But, you know, I hate it when people say it comes with the territory. It's so fucking bullshit. It's like, oh, you know, like you ask somebody who, you know, to be like, it's like, you know, remember that Seinfeld episode where Jerry was like dating that that massage therapist? And he kept wanting to get a free massage from her. Someone has a shrine of me in their closet. Probably Frank Castle. I mean, I made him. Do you understand? I made Frank Castle. Not the other way around. His other videos only got like 1,000 views. My video that he did of me got 30,000 views within the first 24 hours before it got taken down for whatever number of reasons. I didn't even report it. I was like, whatever, this is somebody else's fucking bullshit interpretation of my life. I don't fucking care. But you do. You do. Like, you do care. But you don't care enough to, like, let it ruin your life. But it does affect you. I think it's important to recognize that it does hurt you. Because if you lie about it, you can't address it. Do you know he was watching your stream? I had no idea. In fact, he must have been watching my stream for a while to have caught that. So he's like my #1 hate watcher. I mean, I don't know. Like but if he's still a content creator, like I made him. Whatever he's doing right now, it's probably only because of me. Like, and he's probably clinging on to it, and he's irrelevant. I'm sorry. Like, he's irrelevant. Irrelevant. I mean, if your whole platform is based on shitting on people, how are you going to sustain that? You just have to keep shitting on people? Eventually, you're just going to get banned from every platform. And that's not even counting, like, the spiritual toll that has. Like, you're hurting your soul. Like I hate to reference J.K. Rowling's work, but I really feel like just remove J.K. Rowling from the equation. But if I'm gonna say it for an example, like I don't want to give spoilers, but there's something about like splitting your soul every single time you do it. Like, for example, if you murder someone, that's tearing apart your soul. And you don't, it's not even like, you can call it whatever you want, but I feel like that is our soul. Like when we have our conscience, when we have these feelings of like, I shouldn't have done that, that hurt me, that I did a hurtful thing, like those kind of things. Like it doesn't just hurt other people, it hurts you too. And that's what people mean when it hurts your soul. And so what's kind of ironic is a lot of people who are like hyper religious, what's the word? Evangelical. That's the word. Some people who are hyper evangelical. Are you tempted to buy the game? No. I don't want anything to do with Harry Potter or J.K. I mean, I know I loved Harry Potter as a kid. It's just forever tainted now for me. And I know that not every trans person feels that way. And also I do know that there's also cisgender people that are offended by J.K. Rowling as well. And I think it's everybody's personal choice whether they boycott the idea of Harry Potter. I feel like, it's just a story. Like, why can't we, there's so many other stories out there. Why don't we pay attention to those? Why do we have to hyperfixate on one author, on one work, when there's like thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of books out there that some people may never have even heard of, that may be the best thing they've ever read, but they don't know because they haven't tried, because they're so stuck on their childhood favorites that they never try anything new. I don't think there's a problem with that, though. I think everybody should, like, get the fuck off other people's backs, Like, everybody, like, it's just a book. Like, I mean, it's not just a book. It really did, like, influence and define a lot of people from my generation. So it's not like just any book, but I don't know. It's really hard to like continue to support. It's really hard to like. Why would I want to? Like, I mean, I don't really see any reason to play it. It doesn't even look that fun. It looks like Elden Ring, but like a bad version of it. I don't know. Maybe it's a good game. I don't want to shit on the game just because I hate J.K. Rowling. Okay, and hate's a strong word. I just want her to stop. I want her to do some introspection, but you can't force somebody to do that. You can't. Like, you can't force somebody else to change. But I hope she does. For her own sake. But also for the millions of people that she targets. Whether she believes she is or not, she is. Her words are tantamount to actions. With her platform. Like, the platform she has, if she says something, it's the same as doing the thing. Like, you can mince words all you want. You could argue all you want. If you have, let's say you have 1 million followers. If you say something, that's 1 million people who are going to hear it and take it to heart because they followed you for a reason. There is an ethical responsibility. It's not required by law. It shouldn't be. But I feel like there is an ethical, like, personal, spiritual responsibility people with big platforms have. And I would do the same with mine. I wouldn't expect other people to, but I think they should. But it's not their job. Like, it's not, like, it's not Ninja, like Ninja said. Like, it's not his job to teach kids not to be racist. It's the parents' jobs. It's not a teacher's job to teach your kids how to do things that you like. Why don't you teach them that? They say, oh, I understand, like, with the banning books, that's bullshit. But honestly, if you care so much about that book, then why don't you just give the book to the kid? Go to the library or buy the book and give it to the kid. Why do you have to do it in school? Why do you have to go to school to read a book? People have been literally reading and writing books before school was even a thing. Like pick your battles. I mean, it is an important battle, though. They should not be burning books. And the version of burning books today is to ban them from libraries. But like literally in the 1930s, before World War II, like leading up to Nazi Germany, the Nazis, like there was a bunch of Nazis that were literally went to a gender clinic, like a special like a gender research facility that was like a clinic to do very important research for transgender medicine in the 30s. Do you understand? Like the surgeries came out like a long time ago for at least for male to female. Like a very long, it's easier to go from male to female than it is the other way around. There's like 6 surgeries that men have to go through. My heart goes out to you if that's what you need. But if it's what you need, that's what you need. There's no, I can't tell you that. I mean, I can't force you to understand this, but the way I found out is like, whether or not it's hard or like whether or not you want it doesn't matter. It's if you need it. And if you need something, you need it. If you need water, you need water. If you need food, you need food. If you need a penis, you need a penis. If you need a vagina, you need a vagina. That's all there is to it. And whether or not you want to torture yourself by getting it or not getting it, because it's torture either way, but at least the difference between the torture is that if you want to torture yourself to actually get it, then at least there's another side. Like there's a recovery. FTM are high chance of, yeah, there's 6 different surgeries. And honestly, I feel like there's a lower percentage of FTM people that need it. But if you need it, you need it. And I can't tell you what to do. I can't. I'm literally just a streamer. I can't tell you what to do. I can't tell you how to move forward. All I can say is like there are resources available, and I hope that you can find them, whatever the case is. And I highly suggest, regardless, you should go talk to a licensed professional. And I don't mean that. I know a lot of people hear that and they think that it's like some kind of bad thing. It's like if you have a broken leg, you go to the hospital and they fix it. If you have diabetes, you get insulin and you take it and it treats diabetes. If you have gender dysphoria and you need genitals to change, then you need genitals to change. But you have to know that first. And if you're not sure in any way at all, even if you are sure, even if you're 100% sure, quote unquote, I don't think you're like 99.99998 or whatever. Even if you're 100% sure you need it, you're still going to need to go to therapy. It's a requirement. Like it's literally a requirement in order to get the surgery. You have to go to surgery and you have to be on hormones for like at least 2 years or something. I still go to therapy. I was kind of feminine before, but I was considered very masculine too. It's called androgynous. I was androgynous. But I could also I could masculine mode. I didn't feel comfortable. Ironically, I guess not ironically, but like my coping mechanism for avoiding transitioning was to try to be hyper masculine. Like I shaved my head and I would like try to like flex my muscles and all that. Not that muscles have anything to do with your gender. Like it's important to have strong muscles. They support your body. You know? I'm just a strong woman. It's okay to be strong. It doesn't make you masculine or feminine. It just makes you muscular or not. And it's going to be different if you have different frame, if you have different hormones. But it's still there. Like I know that it's like, I wish a lot more men, especially, so obviously not all men, but like, I wish more men would learn how to appreciate their bodies and their gender identity without needing external things or validation. And I think there's a bigger problem with men, and I witnessed it as a trans woman growing up, but there's a problem where men don't know how to treat their boys. And that it's a cycle of like continual confusion. And it's just, it's confusion. That's all it is. It's men purposely refusing to do the work required, the introspection, to understand themselves. And so instead of understanding themselves, they try to get it from other places. And it's not unique to men. It's not even unique to gender or sexuality. It's just like I think a lot of people might do that. In fact, I did before I went to therapy and all that. You try to find any reason, anything to distract you because you think that, oh, if I'm distracted, that means I'm healthy. You know, if you stream for 12 hours a day, if you play chess for 8 hours a day and go to tournaments and study all day, nothing wrong with that. But if you're doing that to avoid the hard work of understanding yourself, not that you have to, but just it's like a video game. If you level up your character, you get the experience, you get the levels, you get the gear. You're not required to. You literally don't even have to play the game. But if you want those things, you have to go get them. You can't just stay in town and expect them to happen. Because there's not even enough quests. Like there's not enough quests there's like maybe 10 quests in your starting town, right? At some point you have to venture off and find other quests. You have to go find other monsters to kill. You're not just going to stay at the level 1 area for your whole life. But I feel like that's what a lot of people do. Is that they find all these things in the starter town to try to distract them instead of going out and venturing out and finding things that are going to give them amazing rewards. Yeah. The high rate of the high failure rate is unfortunate. There's a much lower failure rate, thankfully for me. I don't want to like say it's a comparison thing. My heart goes out to FTM people, but there have been a lot of successes, and you have to ask yourself if are you willing? I mean, don't take this seriously, but this is what I had to do. Am I willing to die to have a vagina? And my answer was yes. 100% yes. I am willing to die if it means I get to a vagina. Okay? Because there is like a 1% chance that I can die. It's a non-0% chance. A non-zero chance. But there's also a non-zero chance that you can die if you go out and ride your bike. In fact, there's a higher chance that you're going to die if you ride your bike. To put things in perspective, I think more people die from bike riding than they die from SRS. It's not gender reassignment. It's not sex reassignment. It's gender confirmation surgery. GCS. It's a language thing. I think some people get really hyper focused on language, but then you have to understand. I understand why people get offended and angry. And I have it from first-hand experience, from being the offended person. Even a couple of years ago, 2020, you go through these things because you're hyper fixated on it and they affect you very deeply. So when you hear things that are even remotely connected to it, the other person has no idea what's going on. It's not their fault. Okay? It is their fault if they continually insist on ignorance. But it's not the person's fault for accidentally misgendering someone or for using the wrong terminology. It's not the person's fault. They just don't know. But what happens inside of our minds, at least my mind, or at least earlier, but even still today, I think there's some biases that we have because we're experiencing it firsthand while they are not. And so I kind of have to like learn how to take, there are problems. It's not in my head. Okay. Trans people are not making this up. This is real stuff. But there is something to be said about the fact that because we're experiencing it, we feel it much deeper. And it takes a lot of work to get out of that. And I think just transitioning is the answer. Like the longer you go, the more comfortable you are in your body, the more comfortable you are in your gender role, whatever that might be to you. For you, a masculine man might be a guy who like does musical theater. But to another guy, they see that as non-masculine. Neither of those people are right. Neither of those people are wrong. Like it's subjective. I think the guy who thinks that that's feminine has probably got some problems, but to him, that's how he sees it. And nothing's going to change that except for himself. He's going to have experience one day where he's going to realize Maybe he likes musical theater, but he associates it with sexuality, like being gay, and maybe he has some hangups about being gay. And honestly, I feel like we should have a little bit more compassion for these guys, because I think our first instinct is to just say they're terrible people. And yeah, like, you can be a terrible person if you continue to do bad behavior. But I feel like, in order for them to get there, they need a little bit of help. And if we're just going to shout at them and scream at them, why would they feel safe enough to reach out for help? And I obviously it doesn't mean that they get to shit all over us, but I feel like they do need help. And these are the people who end up like doing the mass shootings and shit. Those people need some serious help way before it gets to that point. Not just for their sake, but definitely for the innocent people whose lives get taken away by these people. People whose entire dreams and their families, like their lives are taken away from them. And why can't we help these people when they're children, when they're crying for help, when they can be helped? Why don't we help them then? Why do we wait till it's too late? And oftentimes it's way too late. There's no going back. Like, once you take a life, it's over. There's no going back. And so why do we look at mental illness as some kind of, oh, it's only mental illness if they do something bad? Like, why? Why not look at the early warning signs? And like, instead of, it's not that they're bad people, it's just that there are warning signs, and if they're left unattended, it's volatile. Like, it could go any direction. Like, if you leave things unattended, but like, maybe you can like help that person, and maybe they won't go down that path. Or maybe they still will. Maybe they're just very sick. And unfortunately, not everybody is able to be rehabilitated. Even though I do believe in rehabilitation, I feel like there's a different timeline for everybody. Some people might not be able to be rehabilitated for the rest of their life, because we only have so many years alive. So maybe one more day would have helped them, but if they're 99 years old and one more day was not enough, they don't get that extra day, then they were never helped. Some people, they can be helped. I think most people can be helped. I don't think people are innately bad. I don't think people who are toxic are bad. I think their behavior is bad. I don't want their behavior. I don't want to be subjected to it. But I feel like there needs to be some compassion for these people too. Because if we're going to have compassion for trans people, if we're going to have compassion for people of other demographics, like black people or disabled people in any way, or intersectionality, like I am trans, I am autistic, I'm also diabetic. like I'm not trying to say this to say like, oh, boo-hoo for the mass murderers. That's not what I'm saying. I hate it when people are like that. Like, why? Why are you jumping to this conclusion? Like, how would somebody get that out of what I said? Like, I'm saying it even though nobody's saying it. Like, I've seen these responses before. And so it's like, not necessarily with me, but like I've seen these people on the internet before. Like, wouldn't you rather help somebody when they were just like a little child and they needed some help? They needed love. They needed somebody to steer them in the right direction. And obviously you can never fully steer someone. Like, they're going to be who they are regardless. They're autonomous people with their own thoughts and their own actions that they take, their own instincts or their own whatever. But at least you can kind of like, I don't know, there's certain things that we know that children don't know. And I think there is a line. Like, how much is too much influence on a child? I think that is an important discussion to have, but it's a discussion. You don't shut down the conversation just because you think it might be dangerous. Like, the evidence points the opposite direction specifically with transgender medicine. I don't know the specific guidelines and such. You'd have to look into it. but the guidelines, the pediatric society, like the a National Endocrine Society of, national like pediatric psychology, like a whole bunch of different like officially recognized health organizations have very, very, very specific guidelines to move forward with transgender patients, for people expressing ideas about gender even. Like there's a set of steps that have to happen before other things happen. And I don't know why people don't understand that, even though we've been telling them that. I don't think they want to understand. So then the question is, how do we convince them? They don't want to be convinced. They don't want to be convinced. So then how do we approach that problem? Well, we make laws, but then the people voting for the laws are those people. So what do we do? And that's kind of where we are right now. And that's kind of a recap of like the past 10 years in trans rights. Like that's where we are right now. We're basically at the legal point because these people are not going to change their mind. We're like, okay, well, fuck you. You're not going to be legally allowed to exercise those opinions of yours. Those opinions. You can practice your religious freedom, but that doesn't apply to society. Society is multicultural, multi-religious. Like you're not special. Like if your religion says that trans people should, which it doesn't, if anything, it confirms us, because apparently angels go beyond gender. So that's trans. That's literally trans. Like 2 and 2 = 4. But, even if you did claim religious freedom for that, well, you can have religious freedom for that. No one's going to police your thoughts. But they're just thoughts. Okay, if you go out in the real world, you have to obey those rules. And if those rules say that you can't discriminate against trans people, you better fucking obey that, or you're going to fucking jail, or like you're going to fucking be fined. Okay? You don't get to get away with that. And for some reason people are. In fact, people are fighting to put laws to directly discriminate against us, and they have for a very long time. Since at least the Trump administration. In fact, there was even transphobic shit going on in Obama administration. I'm pretty sure, but I know for 100%. There's an entire website dedicated to everything that has happened since the Trump administration for trans rights, and it's been going down with the Republicans. Like the Republicans want to take away all our rights. They want to kill us, and they know they might not say it, they might not believe it. But that is what they're doing, whether or not they believe it or not. They might have convinced themselves otherwise, but so does a mass murderer. A mass murderer convinces himself that he's an angel of death, okay, or whatever the fuck psychotic bullshit is going on in their head. Okay, you can convince yourself of anything. It doesn't make it real, okay? And I know people might turn that around to trans people, but the thing is that's not how it works. I could even like convince myself. I don't. It doesn't work that way. Okay, you can't just flip something around like that. Okay, it's very different. Like that's how gender is. That literally is what gender. There's nothing inherently about anybody that makes them their gender, except for themselves, and that's true of cisgender people, because cisgender people, they're assigned a gender at birth, but literally nobody tells you. Like, I mean, people will tell you what masculinity is, but if you notice that literally every person that talks to you in your life is going to have a different response. So there is no like one answer over what masculinity is, over what femininity is. And I feel like trans people, we kind of throw people's expectations aside, and then they start to have a little bit of like cogs moving in their heads. And like I said, that's kind of what's been going on the past 10 years. And it's been progressing like rapidly too. And I think there's going to be a lot of advancement. Even though it seems hopeless and it seems like it's this terrible situation, objectively, I don't even know if there's evidence to support that. I know there's evidence, there is evidence, but I don't know if it's convincing enough, because obviously a bunch of random people on Twitter posting shit about trans people, I don't know if that actually has a negative effect on us. It does because we personalize it. But as far as like trans rights go, does that actually have an impact? It could, and most likely does, because these people are voting for politicians who are literally enacting transphobic laws so that they can get their votes. And I just don't understand why transgender medicine keyword. I don't know why healthcare, medicine, has been politicized. Like, would people be doing this about insulin? Diabetics aren't real people. It's a lie. They're false. They're not actually diabetic. They're probably raped as a kid or whatever. Sorry, no trigger warning. Also, I think trigger warnings like don't even help. I think it makes it worse because then you're gonna actively avoid things. I don't know. I try not to say words like relating to that. Like, sorry. My channel's definitely not gonna be monetized. It's okay. I have other I don't need my channel to be monetized. It would be nice if I can get ad revenue, but honestly, like the model I'm making for my income strategy, whether or not it's gonna work or not. I mean, it's kind of working now, but my revenue strategy is not based on advertisements. Unfortunately, maybe it will be. I don't want to discount anything. But I feel like there's a bunch of stuff that I do that kind of puts me at risk of demonetization, like stuff I talk about. But honestly, like, you know, that's what Patreon's for. It is a huge, like, if I was a bigger content creator, it would really matter. But it also wouldn't, because if I was a bigger content creator, I don't need like millions of dollars. I just need like 100K a year. Anything after that, I'm not gonna care about. I'm just gonna be like, just everything's good. Like, just keep bringing it in, shovel it in. Like after 100K a year, apparently there's been a bunch of studies. You know, everything that more than 100K a year doesn't seem to make people happier. I think it was even like 80K a year. Anything more than 80K a year doesn't seem to be making people happy. Now, if people have a lifestyle inflation, like they keep buying cars or they keep buying like really nice stuff, that's lifestyle inflation. And that has nothing to do with the, I mean, if you're making more than 80K a year, I mean, yeah, I think even in the most expensive states in the United States, like California, that's still way more than like the vast majority of people. You're going to be fine. 80K a year, like, yeah, it might not be like, you might not be rich, but you don't have to be rich. Like, there's a lot of things in life that aren't even pay to win, like meditation, exercise. I mean, you have to pay for equipment possibly, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to actually go out and exercise. You have to actually do it. You can't pay someone to do it for you. Okay, I think it's time to organize. I'm going to switch back to the wide angle. It's definitely cooled down by now. Do I consider myself as someone with high standards when it comes to dating? I don't have high standard. Well, I guess you could say I have high standards, but I feel like they're just like my standards should just be the baseline. Basically, I require somebody who doesn't treat me like garbage. Who's you know, the bar is low, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, especially for men though. Like the bar is pretty low for men. Like all you have to do is just not be an asshole, and that's probably you're better off. You're better than like 90% of men. If you're a woman, well, uh, for women, it's really hard because I have a hard time navigating feelings with women because I was trained a certain way by society to see women a certain way. And so I have to navigate those feelings as a woman, and I'm in the middle of it now. So it's like I don't 100% know how my social dynamic with women really is at the moment. Like I know what it is, but like it's something I'm still navigating. Test 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 test. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's get to work. Okay. Mm.
This is fun. Oh, you know what I could do? Oh, never mind. Oh, you know what I could do? Let's try this out. There we go. Oh. Oh. Damn it. God, it doesn't want to come out. Jeez. Oh, they're magnetic. Okay. Okay, now the problem here is that it needs to remain plugged into the Volta. That's the problem. Because that's not terrible. Oh. Ah. Ah. There. Hmm. Okay. It's kind of interesting. The room is so small. If I suddenly got a roommate, oh god. It would not just, it can't happen. It's just not going to happen. Like, it's just not gonna happen. Sorry. Not sorry.
how am I gonna do this? I don't know why I was brushing the shit. like why was I brushing? Like what the fuck? Okay. Okay. Pianos and saxophones first because they're big. Okay, let's get the saxophone. 1 minute. 2. Okay. Oh. Okay. Okie dokie. Soundproofing. Okay. Basketball. I don't know if I mounted it. There's got to be like another extension to this mount or something, because it just doesn't feel right. It's at this angle, especially like I don't know what basketball. I might just get rid of this thing entirely. I found it one day. Just found it. Like I literally just like found a basketball one day. If you got kicked out of my parents' home, will you allow me to live with you? No, I'm sorry. 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 What is a turn off for you? As far as like non-personality traits, like actual traits of humans, I don't really think there's really anything that turns me off. It's just a combination of things. Like, you know, I don't really have, I mean, obviously I do have a type, but I don't know. It's like particularly don't really pursue relationships in general. I just want to have like really meaningful friendships with people. Like I just want to have a good life. Like I just want to meet good people. Like I want to do great things with people. Like okay, this is this. Okay. I have 2 pianos. Do that like this. There we go. Ooh, or even like this. Let's go. This is probably better. Like, oh, yeah, this is probably gonna be better. Okay, and then another music bag. But I can put like, oh. Okay. Books. I still don't know what to do with all my books. There's really not much space. So I've been trying to figure out, because it's like I really only have so much space, you know. Ow! Damn it. Okay. Do all the music stuff first. Ah. Ah. God damn it. Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
Okay, and then like another bag, my writing stuff. This is like colored pencils and other drawing stuff. This is for pencil shavings. Ton of colored pencils. But I'm not a very good drawer. Not a very good drawer. Not a good drawer. But I should put it ready to go here. Like all the stuff that I kind of want ready to go should be up on the front. Writing stuff, music stuff, like writing stuff, music stuff, drawing stuff. It should all be in, you know, also like input like, oh, come on. Like put like my Go Bon over here. And then this is literally, it's a cool box, but I don't need it. Another book. Pencils, 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 more pencils, more and more pencils and pens. Okay, well, I should put these in a box, like an actual like box. Shogi. Just kind of and maybe I can just keep all these kind of stacked up like that. I think there's like an extension for the thing. No, I'm just gonna put these here. Like, oh, here we go. Yeah, there's like an extension, I think. Take Tom Bug and I can put stuff in a box outside. Oh, that sounds fair. Person I only know from my stream. I'm sorry. Not gonna work out. Sorry. Not sorry. Okay, what is this all about? Okay, here. Oh, there we go. There it is. Yeah. See, I needed this thing in there. Oh. 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 Oh, wrong thing. Oh. Oh. Oh, yeah, and I can also make it like that. It's just funny having the Volta connected. Okay. Not impossible. There we go. There we go. This is much more like seeing what I see, basically. Ah. Oh, okay then. Oops. It keeps coming out though. Oh. Okay. Yes. No. Okay. Okay. This is like for neck massager and stuff like that. It's definitely something I want to have like ready to go. Okay. Yeah, books I think were taking up a lot of space, and I'm not really even reading them. And I have a Kindle. These are useful things. I'm going to actually put them in my writing kit. Yeah, PS2 and stuff. I'm gonna have to go into like deep storage. Chess books. Those go with the specific set of chess stuff. I'm gonna do that next time. Oh, there's my sketchbook. Didn't fill it out much. Oh yeah. Well, now I'm banned from Twitch. So 29, but then I actually unaffiliated sometime in either, I forgot when. Was it 2021? That's the only thing I've ever, oh, never mind. The other way around. Oof. Yeah, that's, ugh. I'll fix all that later. Too many fucking pencils. Although then again, not enough. If I started drawing and stuff, cards. This is clarinet reeds. Okay. D&D starter set. man. It's like stuff over here. It's like all stuff that like I need to figure out where I'm actually gonna put it because I don't want to put it up here. Do not want to put it all up here. There's only certain things I want to keep up here. I'm tired of having clutter. Stuff that I actively use, not storage. It should not be storage. Here's my flute. That goes in this. This actually is a flute bag, although I used it for clarinet, but I feel like this bag is actually really good for my clarinet. And it has my breathing trainer. There's a tube. I probably want to wash it. I believe I have the tube somewhere. Oh, here it is. You put the tube in there. Let me get some. Sanitize it a bit. Sorry. Yeah, and basically, let's wait for it to dry, okay? Jeez. Wait, you cover the hole. There's a little hole, you see? Like a little hole right here. Cover the hole with your thumb. Oh, wait. What? Wait, are there... There's two holes. Why did I cover both of them? Or maybe it moved. And it's a good way to train your it's a good way to train your airflow and your like breath control. Okay. Okay. I could probably put these in. You put these like in a special place, like. Oh. Yeah, 2015 conference. The 2016 one, I think. exhortate. No. Music Association of California Community Colleges. Okay, nope. These are like actual memories. So even though I was living as a quote unquote man, still they're a huge part of my. And in fact, the me that actually experienced these and felt these was closer to who I am now. So by doing these, I was actually getting closer to who I really am. So I have a pen in there for writing. Okay, chest. Gonna keep that over there. And more. Okay. Chest set. The chest set over here. The chest stuff is gonna be over there. Massage thing should be like free floating, like just up for grabs for when I need to give myself a neck massage. Tampons kind of back here next to the chest set, because plain chest is probably what it feels like to have PMS cramps. I do get PMS symptoms, but I don't get cramps because I don't have that plumbing. Oh, here's a bag. Oh, this is actually the bag that my friend gave me to put my makeup in, like literally. Just put all my makeup in this bag. NASA. My new friend gave me this one. Camino. Oops, I didn't. Except for like the foundation and stuff. Foundation and stuff like that should all be here. Basic stuff should be here. But like, oh, this is overheating so much. Okay, yeah. This is a sustain pedal, effect pedal, whatever. A sustain pedal for piano. This is a good one. The other one was really flimsy. This one I bought a while back, and I remember when I found it finally again. Okay. This goes here. Yes, it's not really enough space to really do first person mode. Okay. Okay, this should also go in the NASA bag. Beauty care. Cosmetics and beauty should go all in here. In NASA. Cosmetics and beauty. PlayStation deep storage. It's got to be a music thing. More makeup. Makeup. Deodorant. Deodorant should just always be ready to go here. More music stuff. This is like actual music. See, when it's actually like literature, like music literature, like practice books and stuff like that, keep them with me, with my music stuff. Now it should all be self-contained. Oh, look at little Buster Bunny. I'll call this one Mr. Bust. It's like Mr. Beast, but Mr. Bust. Okay. Stuffed animals. Stuffed animals. Just makeup. Just put this on the floor so I can just put stuff in it. All the makeup stuff, like Blacklight Highlight, 6-color palette. Apply the ethereal, iridescent shimmers in our Blacklight Highlight 6-color palette individually or layer and blend to create daring, dreamy looks. Accent cheekbones, inner eye corners, above and beneath brows. Cupid's bow, bridge of nose, shoulders, collarbone, anywhere you normally highlight. Yeah, I need to work on highlights and stuff. I usually just do like primer, foundation. I don't even use concealer. Primer, foundation, maybe a little bit of like mascara, and I have really beautiful eyelashes. Okay, this writing stuff goes behind it. I mean, it goes in it, but yeah, there we go. That's my writing folder where I put things. And here's more clarinet stuff. These are the most important. Let's put this on the floor. These are the most important studies, especially the 32 etudes. The 32 etudes for clarinet, the Rose studies. The 40 studies are good too, but the 32 studies, the 32 etudes, like those are freaking like the best thing you can ever do for your clarinet. And Mozart Concerto in A, it requires an A clarinet, but you can play it in a B flat clarinet, but it won't be correctly pitched. However, you can find accompaniment that's written for, instead of A, it's in B flat. Or in B, I mean. Right? No, in B flat. It's just up a pitch, up a half step. Because an A clarinet, oh no. Yeah, A clarinet is a half step below a B flat clarinet, obviously. Because it's supposed to be C major. Oh, that means that you play it in B major, right? Because it goes down a half step. So if it's a concerto in A major, that means on an A clarinet that's C major, and on a B flat clarinet it's B major, which means you have 5 sharps instead of no sharps or flats. So it's a little bit harder to play on a B flat clarinet, but you can play it, or you can just play it as written in C major, but it's going to sound It's gonna sound sharp, but it's gonna be you're gonna be playing it. It's gonna be a half step higher. So like the pianist, the accompanist, would have to the accompanist would have to play it on a different key, but you can play it still. You don't need a freaking B flat clarinet. I mean, A clarinet, but every clarinetist needs one. And I'm not at that point in my life again. But if I get back into music, I don't know if I don't know. I really like clarinet. Clarinet's like an amazing instrument. It's really underrated. Really underrated instrument. It's amazing. It takes a lot of skill, and you gotta practice extra hard, I think, to actually play clarinet. It takes a lot of preparation. That's why I like synthetic reeds. Synthetic reeds, like clarinet reeds, are probably like the most notorious. I mean, actually, no, the most notorious probably be oboe reeds and bassoon reeds, especially like bassoon reeds. Oh my god, that's why you get synthetic. Like synthetic reeds, they just last for like a whole year. Okay, books and stuff. Okay, music stuff. Should go right here. Are you in a closet? No, I'm in my room. But, how you doing? What's up, Hot Ted? Are you as hot as my camera right now? They do need to figure out this overheating problem. No, I'm getting prepared for IRL stuff, so it's like, first I'm just cleaning my room. But I need to solve these overheating problems. Art stuff, art and writing supplies, and then here's writing supplies. In fact, I should put, clarinet over here. In fact, I should put clarinet over here. And then writing stuff should be right next to all the other writing stuff. Pencils, a bajillion fucking pencils. Okay. Writer's books of checklists. Let's keep that one handy. More deep storage. I will play Xenosaga and Xenosaga 2 one day, but these are going in deep storage. Like these are going in deep storage for a reason. Okay, oops. Where's the eye level? Okay, eye level. Probably right. Okay. Okay. I will play Xenosaga, Xenosaga 2, and Xenoblade or whatever one day. I'll play through these because these are prequels, but they went in a completely different direction from Xenogears. James Baldwin needs to always be ready. I have not read all of his essays yet. This is Swarm, I think. I think I already read this. Yeah, I think just gonna get the final book to that trilogy or whatever on my Kindle, probably. Should be released by now. This is a Spanish course. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. The Berlitz. Where's my tape player?
Might want to just keep this tucked away. I really do need to get my Spanish up to code. Up to code. Now, where did I put the cassette player? I have a cassette player. Where did I put it? Ugh. It's probably all going to be garbage, but I'm just going to let it dry. I think it was only recently moist. Recently moist. It sounds like some kind of a moist critical thing. It's only recently moist. Oh yeah, my alto sax. That needs to go up here too. Chessboard, and then put that over here. And now they're not all stacked up on top of each other, except the piano's hard to get to. But if I'm going to use the piano, that's more of a effortful thing anyway. Arcade stick. I have to figure out where I'm going to be putting all my peripherals, but just put it somewhere for now. Yeah, we're going to clean this area next time, and this area up here. Things, and I'll figure out all this stuff too, because I just need to figure out more additional storage. But that also is going to require me, I need to clean out the front room, and then I can figure out storage better. Storage is not the issue right now. I just need to organize these things and clean so that I can have my bed back. Then we can go end the stream after this. Okay. Jazz Conception. That up there for now. And this, but I need to remember to actually finish and commit to the whole cleaning and organizing project, because if I just clean it and then never maintain it, it's gonna get bad again. At least I took out all the garbage that was there. I hope I'm not stepping on. See, the problem is I hope I'm not stepping on that thing that I mentioned, the cassette player. Oh, here it is. Yeah, good thing I didn't step on it. I'm going to put that next to the Spanish learning stuff. Okay, pencil. Ernest Hemingway. Still have not read much of these, but that's another one who's a writer. I still think James Baldwin is more important than he is. Very important for civil rights movement. More chess stuff. Victorian America. I was actually reading this. It was a Transformations in Everyday Life. It basically just talks about really basic, mundane, everyday life of certain time periods. This one's 1876 to 1915. It's a really freaking good book. It's a lot of factual details about basically what was going on politically, socially, technologically, scientifically, like everything that was going on during that time period. This is an amazing freaking book series I randomly found. But there's a bunch of different books for this. Like, there's like a whole series of everyday life. It's American series. That's Early America, Beginning of Everyday Life, 1790 to 1840.
This is 1860 to 1876. And then this one's 1876 to 1915. And then Uncertainty of Everyday Life, that's 1915 to 1945. It's like during the war and all that. And As Various as Their Land. I don't know exactly what that one must be another. That one must be about Native American stuff. Stephanie Grauman Wolf. As Various as Their Land. That makes sense. But it would be for Native American stuff. Do you know if you imagine crackling pepper into your mouth, you can taste it? Holy shit. You're right. Hey, Bailey Keong. Bailey J. What's up? What's up, Bailey J? Okay, here's this. And I did find the thing that goes back, but I'll have to find it again. And this goes in the beauty bag, which is, of course, as one would understand, as one would guess, is a NASA bag. But I put all my beauty products in it. Of course, that makes sense, right? Space travel, makeup, those two to go together 100%. Okay. More chests. Plug for the PlayStation. Going to deep storage. This is for my laptop, I believe. I'm just going to put it over here. This is like for equipment and cables. This is just like the window, and I keep that basically open. I mean, like the area is supposed to be open. Like, well, this is for music. It goes with there for now. And practice your usage of your breathing. These are some. These are Go stones. That goes with the Go barn. Here is more books. I'm gonna sort books tomorrow. I mean, after everything's clean, after everything else is organized. Okay, these are actually garbage. They're only one-time use. Ice packs, like emergency ice packs. Okay, this is actually for curling hair or curly hair, or put it there. It's like I feel bad about throwing away basketball. Like perfectly good basketball, just needs some air. Okay, where am I gonna put it? Let's just put it in there. Okay. And little box. You can also put your weed in there. I'll just probably put this like up here. Okay. More makeup. We will have our makeup arc. Don't worry. And it's going to be content. And do makeup practice and then makeup tutorials when I'm ever good at it. But you know, transformations are definitely a popular thing on YouTube and TikTok. This is for something that's out there. So I'm gonna, but I don't want to throw it out there because there's not much space. I'm gonna put it here for now, temporarily. This is bikini up top. It's laundry. Oh, okay. This is printer paper for my typewriter. I'll put that with my writing stuff behind it. Okay. Chess, music, coloring, music, chess, video games, book. I don't need, I already read that. Stephen King on writing, always good to have. But I'm going to put it lower on the queue, actually. But it's a biography, or autobiography, really. Memoir. So I've already read it. There's a dictionary, always good to have on hand. Okay. More chess. The music stuff just kind of here for now. Chess. This thing could come in handy. Like put stuff in, because you can also put your weed in there. Yeah, I mean, it's always good to have pouches, right? Always good to have pouches. I can even use this in my streaming backpack. Kind of put it with all the streaming stuff. Or more art stuff. Sketchbook. I have a lot of unfinished endeavors. This is running out of time. This is how I do my writing. First of all, this one needs to go into archive. Okay, I'm going to show you what I do. And this is, hopefully you can't read it. It's probably not too private. Right now, at Mona, I'm applying ink to a page using my willpower and learning to write down my thoughts in the most accurate or useful way I could. I think I was stoned. This is why I don't smoke weed, okay? Okay. Journal, slide it on top there. It's the latest entry, so it goes on top. Tie it up. Throw it outside in the garbage. I mean, wait, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Okay, and this is my paper and my writing clock. Like I keep track of time. Instead of using my phone, I use a pocket watch. Kind of old-fashioned, okay? I like old-fashioned. If something is old doesn't mean it's bad. I wish the current generation would figure that out. Because something that's old doesn't mean it's bad. Doesn't mean it's good either. But, you know, if you older people out there, I think both sides of the aisle, okay? Just because something's old doesn't mean it's bad, and just because something's old doesn't mean it's good either. Okay, so y'all both need to freaking figure your shit out. Okay, emergency ice packs, probably good to have on hand. Where would I put them? I don't know. Where'd emergency ice packs go? If I was an emergency ice pack, where would I want to live? Oh, just like over here. Okay. This is my writing desk, and it can incline up to a bunch of different ways. Like, usually I do it straight up like that. And I sit up in bed, and I put this on it. Open it up. Look at the time. I write in the margins. It would be 18:22. I'd write 18:22. Start writing. This would be page 1. I would put the current date, 2023 02 05 SUN. And then I would write journal. If I was writing journal, if I was writing my novel, I'd write even star B. If I was writing a short story, I'd write short story, like, you know, et cetera, et cetera. I have a system, okay? And ironically, I learned it from computing. See, you know, just because something's new doesn't mean it can't be used to blend with the old. You can blend old with the new and blend the new with the old. You know? That's what it's all about. That's how you got to be efficient. You want to do the best thing possible. I don't use this anymore. This was terrible. This thing destroyed my well-being. Having like a thing like taped to you for 7 days, you take it off, there's a big freaking welt on your stomach, on your abdomen, I mean. Like, it was so terrible. And I'm doing better without it. Like, my A1C went down to 7, which is what my surgeon wants. So I'm doing better with the thing that is like old school than the new technology. Just because something new doesn't mean it's good either. Because something new doesn't mean it's bad. Okay? Generational gaps need to be like, stop living so statically. Be more dynamic, like a chess player. Okay, programming the 68,000, while it was really interesting and I really wanted to do this at the time, I was hella confused. I took a bit off way more than I could chew, okay? And I'm gonna have to do that at another point in time in my life. Right now I can't. Too much stuff going on, okay? And here we go, more memories. But I think this one is more of like, I put this up on the shelf kind of thing. Like this probably just, I'll figure that out later. Put it there for now, I guess. Okay. Okay. Well, just random stationery. Good to have inside the bag. For on the go, I always keep something inside the bag. Usually the main one, but okay, thinking mathematically, I don't need this. It's interesting, but Texas. Okay, this is a good real book. It's B flat. So saxophone, like tenor and soprano. And it's got a bunch of lead sheets. Really good. Want to keep that one ready. And then of course is the cover. Let me put the cover back on. Kind of liked it like this though, because it's like really old school, but books are so cool. And this is like this guy lived the writer life. Like when people say they want to be a writer, but they do everything except write, That's not him. This guy lived his life to write. Like this guy. And he actually wrote something that mattered. Like he wrote something that fucking mattered. Okay? That's what writing's for. Writing isn't some art. I mean, obviously you can be poetic and shit. Writing is something that's supposed to matter. It's supposed to do something. It's supposed to communicate something to people. It's supposed to actually make it's directly integrated into the world we live in. It's not some distraction. It's going directly into, I don't need these. These are not. I can always reprint stuff. There's some substitute dominant. Oh, never mind. Let me kind of keep this stuff ready though, kind of nearby. Here's another clipboard. This one is actually like, this is a bunch of like random philosophy stuff I've been meaning to read. I might actually read it soon now that I see it. Let me put this here, put it next to the Spanish book. And here we go, my structuring novel workbook. It's not like particularly useful, but it kind of is. I like having basically like ChatGPT-3, but static. Like just giving me like little like pushes in the direction where I want to go with my writing. Need this. Some chess stuff. Video game stuff. This is music stuff. Piano stuff. This is... Oh, never mind. I replaced it with... Oof. Poke Center. Yes, piano stuff. And there's also other random stuff for jazz and stuff. Keep that all ready to go. Another book that goes in deep storage. More beauty stuff. Nail polish. Non-acrylic. There's another dotted notebook I have ready. This is chess stuff. There's another folder. You know what? I could also like use this folder anyway. Start putting them next. Yeah, I want to keep this for stuff that's actually like stuff I want to use. Drawing, writing, reading, music production. Okay. Okay, and let's see. Yeah, no amount of like master classes. I mean, they're nice to have, honestly. Good to work on your craft. But honestly, like, you know, in a more like kind of workshop-y way. This tenor saxophone. But honestly, or music or whatever, like it's good to like take a course on something, but in the end of the day, especially with like stuff like music or writing, the only way to actually improve is to actually do it. And there's no substitute. Oh, fuck. Fuck. How many times did I fucking dox myself today? Jesus fucking Christ. Don't worry, I'm already doxed, so it's not like not like it changes anything. And like I said earlier, the only people who really matter already know. Like the only people I should be worried about already know. So, you know, it can't get any worse. Oh God, I keep saying like famous last words. I should stop saying that. This is placements for bra. Just put makeup stuff. This is like warm and ice pack. You guys get a sneak peek into my novel. Writing it for my sister. The crashing of the craters as a light blonde woman bolted to seal the energy barrier stilled Kara as she passed into phased into consciousness. How long have I been here? Yeah, I've reframed the narrative from the first draft. There's a lot of stuff in the first draft that I actually started rereading the first draft. I think there's a lot of elements of the first draft that I shouldn't cut. Like, I feel like the way, the tone, and the narrative of like the first, like maybe like 4 or 6 chapters. Okay, yeah, this is I'm not going to show it, but it's like actual important step. This is a really important memory. This is a really important. This is really important because this was something from the very beginning of my transition. And it was a very pivotal point. It was trying to work, it was stuff asking, it was working with a case manager to try to get my legal name stuff, to try to get Section 8, try to get SSI. Like, that was, you know, I should actually read this. But then at the end of the day, nothing will substitute actually doing it and working with somebody who's done it. At some point, somebody had to actually do it themselves, right? Because who came first, the chicken or the egg? Like, obviously someone had to actually invent the technique. So at what point, like somebody's going to teach you, but who taught that person? Okay, somebody taught that person. Who taught that person? You know, like, at some point you got to just go out and do shit. And that's kind of what I'm doing in this point in my life. I got to be extra careful, especially about, like, since I'm getting into like rollerblading and stuff. I don't really know what to do with this iPhone, but I don't want to get rid of it. It actually still works. It only has like 15% battery permanently, basically. But it's important, I think, to have. I don't have another iPhone. And sometimes you need to do things that require an iPhone. This is like, yeah, this is important. This is actually a bunch of stuff for my novel as well, like a bunch of notes. I think there's actually some scenes in here. Yeah, I wrote some scenes here. Yeah, this is important. Keep that with my novel. Okay, I think I'm almost done. Here's the trumpet. Put the trumpet over here. There we go. Just put it up there. And there's an empty box. Figure that out next time. That thing. And this thing is so... Study deviant psychological behavior. What? Oh, because I was writing a short story that I was, or a novel. Oh yeah, I was writing a short story or novel, or I think it was a short story. I was writing a short story about people who would basically go into another universe or something, like basically a pocket dimension. It's not Stranger Things. Trust me, it's not Stranger Things. But it was before Stranger Things. Like, it was literally before Stranger Things. I mean, it might have been when Stranger Things first came out, but I literally didn't. watch Stranger Things until the latest season, and then I binge watched like all of it. Okay, we're done for today. We're actually done. Woo! Congrats. Oops. This thing is so fucking overheated. I think the firmware update should help, and I think even having an SD card should help. You need the SD card to do the update. Fucking annoying. Let's just permanently keep that thing on it, shouldn't I? Different mounts available are so crazy. You gotta be careful. Okay. Okay. And this way. Okay. This is much better. So I can like swivel it around, I think. No, I can't. I can if I loosen it, for example. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh, well, you guys, we did it. We did this part. Look at that. Look at how much better that is. Look at how much better that is, chat. Come on. It's here. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Hip, hip, hooray. Okay. Well, I have to figure this shit out tomorrow. But other than that, I think we're good to go. Well, thank you everybody for stopping by. Yeah, don't, I know I doxed myself a few times, but please don't do anything. The police do know about people who are targeting me. So just a heads up. You show up here, you will go to jail. Okay? I'm dead serious. I'm like dead fucking serious, okay? If anybody shows up to my house, you will go to jail. I don't take that shit lightly. I've had death threats. So I don't care if you think that we could be friends. If you want that, we have to both agree upon it. And I don't really plan on meeting my viewers unless it's at somewhere like TwitchCon. So please respect me. Keep your space. I'm here to entertain and educate, and just like kind of give a space for people to hang out and chat about cool stuff. Okay, I'm not here to be your friend. I'm not here to be your girlfriend. I'm not here to be your mom. Okay, like I'm just a person trying to live her life. So please don't show up to my house. You will go to jail. Anyway, on a better note, on a lighter note, thank you for stopping by. I will try to get this overheating problem solved, but until then, I'm still struggling to figure out this overheating problem. Okay, so it's annoying as fuck, and hopefully I can get some kind of something going for it. It's just so freaking annoying. I wish it wasn't a problem. I should take these melatonin. I want to get to sleep earlier. Okay. All right. Bye, chat. Bye-bye.